Most of you will know that you can build your own PC, but have you ever thought about building your own graphics card at home? Sounds absolutely crazy, but one guy actually did this recently. Software engineer Dylan Barry has put together a fully assembled prototype he calls Fury GPU, and we sat down with him to find out exactly how he pulled this off. The heart of the Fury GPU design is a custom Zynq UltraScale Plus FPGA from Xilinx, which is now an AMD brand. And if you're not sure what an FPGA is, it stands for Field Programmable Gate Array. Essentially, it's a device that you can configure to be more specialized for certain applications, as opposed to a more typical desktop CPU that's designed in a more general way so it can run many different types of applications. The FPGA does include a small ARM processor that can run Linux, but the rest of it can be programmed to render graphics with a hardware description language, or HDL, which tells the FPGA how to actually organize its internal circuitry, small cells that can accept many different types of logic functions. Using his knowledge of graphics engineering, Barry was able to build an architecture optimized for graphics rendering, a process that took over 3 years, starting from simply getting an image on a screen, then building in support for drawing polygons, applying textures, and blending textures together. Because commercial GPU designs are trade secrets, Barry had to completely start from scratch instead of using a current GPU as a starting point, explaining why it took so long. But once the FPGA is completed, you of course need an actual board to install it on so it can act as a functional graphics card, since you can't just insert a bare FPGA into a regular motherboard. I mean, you can, you're not gonna have a good time. Therefore, Barry also designed Fury GPU's board, a process he said took around 1 month and involved thinking carefully about how to lay components out on the board. Details like trace length were very important, as the various traces that feed the PCIe connector need to be very similar in length to help with signal integrity. Placement of these traces was also important to avoid crosstalk. You don't want them too close together. And he also had to consider what kind of power supplies to put on the card, as the FPGA itself needs a different voltage compared to the display outs. After Barry got his board design right, he then sent the files off to a PCB fab in China and got back some PCBs, but keep in mind these were only boards, meaning that to get a working graphics card, he had to install over 400 individual components such as capacitors and resistors himself, which of course involved lots of tedious soldering. Assembling and testing the hardware itself took Barry around another 2 months, but at the end, he had a card that wasn't too different looking from some graphics cards from the 1990s, but with modern display outs and PCI Express X4 support. And although current commercial graphics cards typically use X16, Fury GPU gets away with X4, as it moves far less data than the GPU you probably have in your desktop rig. We're talking less than 1 megabyte per frame, as it was designed with mid-90s games in mind. But even a perfectly executed piece of hardware is useless without the right software. So we'll tell you about the final piece of the puzzle right after we thank Paperlike for sponsoring today's video. Protect your new iPad with a screen protector from Paperlike. Paperlike 2.1 is manufactured in Switzerland and is designed to help you write and draw on your iPad just like you would on paper. It uses their exclusive microbead technology called nanodots to emulate the stroke resistance of paper without sacrificing screen clarity. And Paperlike is so confident in their screen protector, they offer a 100-day satisfaction guarantee. This means that if you're not happy with your screen protector, they'll offer a free replacement or refund within 100 days. So make sure to check out Paperlike at the link below. Like any graphics card, Fury GPU needs some kind of driver in order to run. Barry said it took him about 4 months to get the drivers to work. Windows typically requires drivers to use an architecture called WDDM, and that requires support for hardware features you'd only find in mass-produced GPUs, such as support for modern versions of Direct3D. To get around this, the Fury GPU driver is designed such that Windows instead sees it as a kernel mode display-only driver, which basically means that it will consider Fury GPU as being a simpler device that just displays an image instead of doing any actual rendering. However, the driver itself can switch modes and allow the GPU to actually render frames. So it kind of tricks Windows into thinking it's just showing the desktop when it's actually showing the game you're playing. Game cheats enabled. The final product uses a custom API that's similar to Vulkan, and Barry was able to modify the renderer for the original Quake from 1996, getting it to run at 720p at around 60 frames per second. Unfortunately, it doesn't yet support modern shaders, which would allow for more lighting effects and other kinds of eye candy we're all used to today. Barry told us that shader support may be coming in the future, but FPGAs have their limits compared to mainstream GPUs, as they sacrifice performance for customizability. We may also see other games from the mid-90s get ported over to the Fury GPU, but can you actually get your hands on a Fury GPU and play games on it? I'm sure you're asking. Barry made it clear that this is mostly a passion project, and that he doesn't have plans to produce the Fury GPU for sale, especially as it's a continual work in progress. that's currently being operated in a full development environment. So it's not like you can just slot it into your Windows PC, install the drivers, and have everything work flawlessly. Still, it's a super cool testament to what you can accomplish with enough time, effort, and patience with a soldering iron. Thanks for watching. If you like the video, check out our other video on how CPUs and GPUs are different. Comment below with video suggestions, and don't forget to subscribe and follow TechWiki. You watched a couple of other videos and you didn't do that, so don't forget.
In faraway lands, slaves dig the earth for beautiful gems called quartz, which contain silicon dioxide. Alchemists or chemical engineers then refine and cook them into silicon substrate, a material that can be doped to act as both a conductor and insulator. Shamans, also known as electrical engineers, then inscribe billions of microscopic symbols on them that can't be seen with the naked eye. When lightning passes through them, they can speak the incomprehensible language of binary. Highly trained wizards called software engineers can learn this language to build powerful machines that create illusions. These illusions can then control the way people think and act in the real world. In today's illusion, I will harness this magic to pull back the veil on the almighty computer by looking at 4 different ways computers actually compute things at the hardware level. Because to boot, a computer needs a PU, like a CPU, GPU, TPU, or DPU. The last 100 years have been crazy. The first truly programmable computer was the Z1, which was created by Konrad Zuse in 1936 in his mom's basement, but then it got blown up in 1943 during the bombardment of Berlin. It's entirely mechanical with over 20,000 parts. It represents binary data with sliding metal sheets. It could do things like Boolean algebra and floating point numbers, and had a clock rate of 1 Hz, which means it could execute 1 instruction per second. To put that in perspective, modern CPUs are measured in gigahertz, or billions of cycles per second. Over the next 10 years, people thought really hard about how computers should actually work, and in 1945 we got the von Neumann architecture, which is still used in modern chips today. It's the foundational design that describes how data and instructions are stored in the same memory space, then handled by a processing unit. A couple years later, there was a huge breakthrough with the invention of the transistor, which is a semiconductor that can amplify or switch electrical signals. Like a transistor could represent a 1 if current passes through it, or a 0 if current doesn't pass through it. This was a huge leap forward. Then in 1958, the integrated circuit was developed, allowing multiple transistors to be placed on a single silicon chip. Then finally in 1971, Intel released the first commercially available microprocessor that had all the features you know and love from a modern CPU. It was a 4-bit processor, meaning it could handle 4 bits of data at a time with approximately 2300 transistors. The clock speed was 740 kilohertz, which was extremely fast at the time. CPUs are pretty complicated, and if you really want to learn how they work, I'd highly recommend reading CPU.land, which does an amazing job of breaking down how they actually execute programs. It's totally free and was written by high schoolers Lexi-Matic and Hack Club, but what I want to focus on is what they're actually used for, so we can compare them to the other PUs. Like its name implies, the central processing unit is like the brain of a computer. It runs the operating system, executes programs, and manages hardware. It has access to the system's RAM and includes a hierarchy of caches on the chip itself for faster data retrieval. A CPU is optimized for sequential computations that require extensive branching and logic. Like imagine some navigation software that needs to run an algorithm to compute the shortest possible route between 2 points. The algorithm may have a lot of conditional logic like if-else statements that can only be computed one by one or sequentially. A CPU is optimized for this type of work. Now modern CPUs also have multiple cores, which allows them to do work in parallel, which allows you to use multiple applications on your PC at the same time. And programmers can write code that does multi-threading to utilize the cores on your machine to run code in parallel. Check out this video on my second channel if you want to learn how to do that in JavaScript. Now to make a computer faster, one might think we could just add more and more CPU cores. The reality though is that CPU cores are expensive. As the cores scale up, so does power consumption and the heat dissipation requirements. It becomes a matter of diminishing returns, and the extra complexity is just not worth it. At the time of this video, 24 cores is typically the upper limit of higher end chips, like Apple's M2 Ultra and Intel's i9, but there are massive chips like the 128 core AMD EPYC designed for data centers. Now when it comes to CPUs, there are multiple different architectures out there, and that's a big deal if you're doing low-level systems programming, but every developer should be familiar with ARM and x86. Sixty-four-bit x86 is what you'll find on most modern desktop computers, while ARM is what you'll find on mobile devices. Because it has a more simplified instruction set and better power efficiency, which means better battery life. However, However, this distinction has been changing over the last few years thanks to the Apple Silicon chips, which have proven that the ARM architecture can also work for high-performance computing on laptops and desktops, and even Microsoft is investing in running Windows with ARM. In addition, ARM is becoming more and more popular with cloud providers, like the Neoverse chip or Amazon's Graviton 3, which allows the cloud to compute more stuff with less power consumption, which is one of the biggest expenses in a data center. But at some point, we've all hit the limitations of a CPU. Like when I try to run pirated Nintendo 64 games on my Raspberry Pi, it lags like crazy. That's because a lot of computation is required to calculate the appearance of all the lights and shadows in a game on demand. Well, that's where the GPU comes in. A graphics processing unit or graphics card is highly optimized for parallel computing. Unlike a CPU with a measly 16 cores, NVIDIA's RTX 4080 has nearly 10,000 cores. Each one of these cores can handle a floating point or integer computation per cycle, and that allows games to perform tons of linear algebra in parallel to render graphics instantly every time you push a button on your controller. GPUs are also essential for training deep learning models that perform tons of matrix multiplication on large datasets. This has led to massive demand in the GPU market, and NVIDIA's stock price recently landed on the moon.
So he says, okay, give me $200. I gave him $200, and for $200, I bought 15%, I think it was 20% of NVIDIA.
If GPUs have so many cores, why not just use a GPU over a CPU for everything? The short answer is that not all cores are created equal. A single CPU core is far faster than a single GPU core, and its architecture can handle complex logic and branching, whereas a GPU is only designed for simple computations. Most of the code out in the world can't take advantage of parallel computing and needs to run sequentially with a single thread. A CPU is like a Toyota Camry. It's extremely versatile but can't take you to the moon. A GPU is more like a rocket ship. It's really fast when you want to go in a straight line, but not really ideal for going to pick up your groceries. As the name implies, GPUs were originally designed for graphics, but nowadays everybody wants them to train an AI that can overthrow the government. But there's actually hardware designed for that use case called the TPU, or Tensor Processing Unit. These chips are very similar to GPUs, but designed specifically for tensor operations, like the matrix multiplication required for deep learning. They were developed by Google in 2016 to integrate directly with its TensorFlow software. A TPU contains thousands of these things called multiply accumulators. It allows the hardware to perform matrix multiplication without the need to access registers or shared memory like a GPU would. And if you have a neural network that's going to take weeks or months to train, a TPU could save you millions of dollars. That's pretty cool, but that brings us to the newest type of PU, the DPU, or Data Processing Unit. The CEO of NVIDIA described it as the third major pillar of computing going forward, but you'll likely never use one in your own computer because they're designed specifically for big data centers. They're most like a CPU and typically based on the ARM architecture, but are highly optimized for moving data around. They handle networking functions like packet processing, routing, and security, and also deal with data storage like compression and encryption. The main goal is to relieve the CPU from any data processing jobs, so it can focus on living its best life by doing general purpose computing. And with that, we've looked at 4 different ways a computer computes, but there's one more wildcard that we might get to experience in our lifetime, and that's the QPU, or Quantum Processing Unit. All the chips we've looked at so far deal in bits, ones and zeros, but quantum computers deal in qubits, or quantum bits that can exist in a superposition of both states simultaneously. Now, a qubit can represent multiple possibilities at once, but when measured, it collapses into one of the possible states based on probability. These qubits are subject to quantum entanglement, which means the state of one is directly related to another, no matter the distance between them. These properties are used together to create quantum gates, which are like logic gates in regular computers, but work in entirely different ways that I'm too stupid to understand. What I do understand is that if this technology ever gets good, it will completely change the world. Currently, cryptographic systems like RSA are underpinned by the fact that classical algorithms used for factorization would take billions of years to crack with brute force, even with the best computers of today. But quantum computers will be able to run different algorithms, like Shor's algorithm, that's exponentially faster at factorization, and thus poses a major threat to modern encryption and security. Luckily, there's no quantum computer today that can run this algorithm, and even if there were, they sure as hell wouldn't be telling you and me about it.
You know, homebrew CPUs are one thing, and by this point you all know that I've lost my mind enough to try and build one of those. But they're kind of a dime a dozen these days. So I feel like everyone and their mom kind of has one already. But homebrew transistor logic graphics cards built on breadboards, and that's a whole other story. A little harder to get your hands on one of those, and that's exactly what we're building today. So when I say transistor logic graphics card built on breadboards, what exactly do I mean? Well, just so everyone is on the same page, transistor logic is the type of logic implemented by these little things, integrated circuits, or ICs, which are the basic building block of this graphics card. Each one of them runs on 5 volts and implements various functions like Boolean logic, counting, arithmetic operations, and the like. A graphics card, of course, is something that takes video data and generates something that a display can show. Ours won't be so card-like, but I'm going to keep calling it that for branding purposes. And finally, a breadboard is one of these things, a prototyping board with the horizontal and vertical pins connected, which we'll be throwing our ICs on to build the thing. And with that out of the way, the key to understanding how the circuit needs to work is understanding how the signal it needs to generate works. In our case, this is a PAL composite video signal. You know, like the one that's been used since the early 20th century with those old school yellow cables. We need to figure out how to send the video data through a wire like that so that something on the other end can make sense of it. So starting from a point of near zero knowledge, I went off to do some research. And after I read for a while off of various websites I found around the internet, they all seem to have this diagram on them to explain what the deal with composite video was. So let's take a look at it. The basics to understand it are the signal is analog, meaning in contrast to digital, it doesn't operate on zeros and ones, but rather variable voltage between 0 volts and 1 volt. The signal is interlaced and runs at 50 Hz. This means that we send 50 frames per second, but instead of sending one whole video frame at a time, we actually send one half of the frame each time we send data, alternating then between the even lines and the odd lines. The resolution of the signal is something like 720 by 576 pixels, give or take a few depending on how the TV scans things, but we'll be operating at a much lower resolution, and I mean much lower. We're going with 208 pixels across by 240 pixels high. Also, a whole bunch of these websites include a bunch of stuff about a color blaster or something that I didn't really understand or even read about. Looks like it was kind of hacked in there since composite video was originally only supposed to be black and white, but since I don't really want to worry about that, we're only going to be making black and white video. This also makes my job much easier and saves us some video memory since now each pixel can be represented by just 1 bit or just 1, 0, or 1. After my initial research, I had to actually first find a screen that could display this sort of composite video signal. Nowadays, everything is fancy and digital and uses whack-ass signals like HDMI and DisplayPort. To find the few decades old screen that would actually be displaying our signal, I went down on the town to find the finest monitor that 100 Danish crowns could buy. Some off-brand digital thing with a thin green line down the middle, but it turns on just fine, it has the right port, so it should be good enough for my purposes. Anyway, we'll worry about the exact contents of the signal later on. My first task was kind of just to assimilate this knowledge into my brain and try to generate the signal in software before I even started thinking about it in hardware. Luckily, I had the perfect test bed for this sort of thing, an Arduino. These things, if you don't know what they are basically a convenient little microcontroller mounted on a circuit board. And if you don't know what a microcontroller is, it's basically a programmable, really underpowered and specialized computer used for controlling electronics. And if you don't know what a computer is or what electronics are, well, you're kind of a lost cause. How do you get to this video? Anyway, typically you would program the Arduino in this custom processing like language with a fancy IDE and all. I realized really quickly that this just wouldn't be fast enough to generate the video signal, so I had to crack open Vim and bust out the old C skills once more. And after many hours, of course, of beating my head against a circuit board-shaped wall, I was able to get the Arduino spitting something out that resembled a real video signal. It was a little messed up, but to start with, I mean, anything is better than nothing. And with some more attempts at getting things to work, reaching various levels of success, as you can see here, I eventually got a stable image drawing. Well, by image, I kind of just mean a white square, but you know, that's definitely progress. And there was still this weird thing happening near the top with the square that I kind of had to figure out. But soon after that, I had some vertical lines drawing showing that the Arduino was actually making pixels and not just one big white block. And eventually I fixed up this bendy issue at the top so that there were stable vertical lines on the screen. Turns out this exercise was actually really useful since it helped me a lot in understanding how the video signal should actually look. Anyway, on to the next step, making a circuit for this bad boy. So while this runs on in the background, I'll explain exactly how this works. The circuit runs with a 4 MHz clock, so each clock cycle is exactly 250 nanoseconds, or there are 4 million clock cycles per second. It's based around two counters, one 10-bit counter to count every half scan line up to a total of 624 per frame, and another 8-bit counter to count 256 times each scan line. I call these the half scan line or HSC counter, and tick or TKC counter respectively. The 10-bit counter is incremented once every 128 clock cycles, so it rolls over 50 times a second, and the 8-bit counter is incremented with every clock cycle, so it rolls over every 64 microseconds, which is exactly the length of one scan line. So now if we take a better look at the signal, we can understand why these two scan lines, the 10-bit counter goes through 5 equalization pulses, 5 post-equalization pulses, 32 scan lines or 64 count of blank scan lines, 240 scan lines or 480 count where we send actual pixel data to the screen, then 32 more blank scan lines, and finally 6 pre-equalization pulses, for a total of 624 half scan lines or 312 scan lines. Similarly, the tick counter divides up into 4 different periods for each part of the scan line. There are 4 microseconds of sync at 0 volts, 6 microseconds of back porch at 0.3 volts, 52 microseconds of actual data sending 0.3 volts for black and 1.0 volts for white, and finally 2 microseconds of front porch. At 0.3 volts to finish the scan line. And how do we keep track of these counters? Well, each one of these circuits here is a comparator. It just takes in the counter value and compares it against some constant number to determine when we need to go to the next state of each counter. And how do we track the states from these comparators? Through these circuits called SR latches. Each one has a set signal, which sets the value of the latch to 1, and a reset signal, which resets the value of the latch to 0. If we hook these up in succession to our comparators, with the right numbers, we know exactly where we are in the period of each counter. Only one SR latch is triggered at a time for each of the two counters. And after that, the circuit is kind of simple, basically just a bunch of combinatorial logic to figure out exactly when 0 volts, 0.3 volts, and 1 volt should be emitted. Oh, and to get this thing to display a real image? Super easy. For that, we just hook up some memory, in our case a read-only memory chip, and then we just use the HSC counter and the top 5 bits of the TKC counter to figure out what byte to look at in the memory. Then we use the bottom 3 bits of the TKC counter to figure out which bit to show on the screen, either a 0 or 1, which of course corresponds to black or white. This does lead to kind of a video memory layout where the image isn't actually contiguous in memory, and each line of video data has 5 bytes of nothing before it and 1 byte of nothing after it, but it's really convenient to implement on the circuit. And that's the whole thing. Hope things aren't too complicated and that this is easy to build. It would be a shame if all this ended up becoming some giant mess of wires across 7 breadboards. It's wildly unstable if you even try and touch it, but we'll figure that out. Now when we start to build it. But first, after this fancy circuit diagram was done, I had to convert it into something that could actually be built with those integrated circuits. Lotusome wasn't exactly equipped with all of the ICs that I needed to get this diagram working, so I had to break up the Java programming skills first to add in some extra circuits to the simulator. And once those were in, I got to the circuit design. Initially, I was going to have each wire drawn visually like you can see here, but well, also as you can see here, that started getting really messy really fast. So I changed 2 tunnels for everything, which has the added benefit of giving nice labels for all of the wires. And yeah, I know this isn't exactly what Logisim was really intended for, but I mean, who cares?
Kids are the future. You know? And I'm walking next to 2 future moms too, which is great.
I will be a mom one day.
Yeah, you will be. It's gonna be awesome. I'll be a father as
Ew.
well.
The 2 different reactions between me and Emily. You're like, ugh. I'm like,
Kids are the future.
Once the circuit was cooked up, it was finally time to build this for real. So after a few orders from some electronics companies, a couple trips down to the local store, I had everything I needed to build a circuit. And so I got started on a live stream, actually. It got off to a fun start, being my first stream and all. It's good. Can you guys hear me all right? Can you guys see me? There are way more people here than I thought there would be. So you all just like unemployed or something? Anyway, this is what we're making today. Okay, I think TC is the ripple count output on this. Can anyone confirm or deny that? Does anyone else? Is anyone like, if you're following along at home with your data sheets, then tell me if TC is the right output. Let's see, is electronics half reading the chip stocks and half failing at wiring? Mostly failing at wiring for me. I'm not seeing any yeses or dab emojis in the chat, so that's what I'm gonna do. Let's see if when I turn this thing on, if my power goes out. That could be fun. Oh, that'll make for an interesting stream at least. You know, pray to whatever god you worship. Check it out. That's super cool. That's the first time I've ever done anything with like integrated circuits. Dab emojis if you're okay with me moving the camera. Not that this is a democracy and you guys have any say. All right. Eventually, I got everything figured out, and everyone had their chance to yell at me in chat for not knowing a single thing about electrical engineering. They are 5-volt LEDs. I don't need these are 5-volt LEDs. I do not need a resistor for these. No, please stop spamming resistors. These are 5-volt LEDs. And by the end of the stream, I had 8 bits of the 10-bit counter wired and running. Okay, so that's bit. This is going to count 8 bits, by the way. You know, if assuming everything is correct. Let's get up to 16. Okay, and then ripple carry. Oh no, that totally didn't work. Okay, we did something wrong. Thanks everyone who showed up there. We'll definitely definitely be more streams in the future. After the stream, though, it was back to regularly recording things and assembling a circuit. And this ended up taking a long while. Please ignore the massive skips in the middle. This really did take a long time. And it included some fun bugs, such as non-functional integrated circuits, voltages that hung out in between 0 and 5 volts, which caused floating values and unpredictable logic. Well, the whole deal, really. Anything that people warn you about when you're building a circuit that can happen kind of did happen. It's not like it wasn't my fault either, to be honest. I am, to put it very lightly, terribly unqualified to be building something like this. In spite of that fact, though, I did eventually get the circuit to throw up an image onto the screen. Well, not a real image, but just using one of the bits of the tick counter to toggle between 0 and 1 on each scan line. The final bit of the circuit build was the part that handled the memory. For this, I had to build my own Arduino-based EEPROM programmer to make something for the images to be read off of. God bless you, Benita, for your video on this topic. Of course, when this is hooked up to the final machine, it will be using real video RAM instead of a read-only memory chip. Anyway, once the EEPROM was properly programmed and hooked up, the first tests of this were, well, okay, but there were still a few issues to iron out. And then more issues later. And, well, things went okay. And finally, now we're kind of caught up to real time. See, I really wanted to use the graphics card to display an image for the thumbnail for the video, but you can see all these errors in it, so I kind of needed to debug those. There's this clipping on the edges that can't be avoided, these gray lines, and some more data errors, but I'm sure this will be easy to fix.
1 hour later.
Okay, about an hour later, we have a white screen, which is good. This is what I'd expect. None of the garbage we had earlier, at least.
3 hours later.
Okay, a few more hours, and, well, no progress. I'll check back in a bit.
1 eternity later.
It's midnight. I finally realized that the problem isn't me, it is the EEPROM. It's too slow. I'm going to sleep. So after countless hours of working on this, I finally realized something when combing through the docs for the 1,000th time. This EEPROM chip isn't fast enough to dry the screen. That's why we have these gray lines, that's why the data is messed up. At a load speed of 150 nanoseconds, there's just no way that it can keep up with the clock speed of 250 nanoseconds when the delays of all the other logic are taken into account. This is my best working theory, at least. So until further notice, this is the best we got. And to be honest, I'd say it's pretty damn good for a homebrew graphics card. With that though, thank you very much for watching. Be sure to come back for my next video where I'll be building the rest of the components for this computer. And I'll see you then.
Nintendo opened their Switch 2 Direct with a bang, showcasing Mario Kart World. This wide-open racer arrives some 11 years after the last mainline series entry, and carries heavy expectations as the Switch 2's premier launch title. So is World a visual stunner in its initial footage blitz? Before we talk about Mario Kart World, I think a quick overview of Mario Kart 8 is necessary, because the prior game informs a lot of World's rendering choices. Mario Kart 8 runs at 720p on Wii U and up to 1080p on Switch, both at high frame rates, which required some key technical compromises. Chief among them is the extensive use of baked lighting. Most of the game's direct and indirect lighting is pre-calculated and stored in light maps and ambient occlusion maps. This is a pretty sensible performance-saving measure that allows Mario Kart 8 to feature some sophisticated lighting for the time at minimal performance cost, though its low resolution does stick out sometimes. Environmental detail looks great when moving at fast speed, but if you stop and smell the polygons for a minute, the game isn't necessarily throwing around a ton of geometry, and it doesn't have the super sophisticated materials we're used to seeing in games today. Most surfaces appear pretty diffuse, with shiny and normal mapped surfaces in the mix as needed. Specular detail is fairly simple. There's no screen space reflections here, given the game's vintage and the power of the hardware. Instead, shiny surfaces rely on static cube maps, which give you a rough idea of reflective detail. Water surfaces typically look quite transparent, even at steep angles, likely for gameplay reasons. When we move over to Mario Kart World, the key innovation is its open-world gameplay structure. Players seem free to roam just about anywhere on the map when not racing, and events have extensive off-circuit sections. Plus, race sizes get bumped from 12 players to 24 players. Perhaps as a result, some of the same rendering choices end up in World. Trackside lighting still relies on a lot of baking, for instance. A larger number of dynamic objects, like flags and breakable light posts, use real-time shadowing instead, but the environmental lighting is still heavily pre-calculated. World apparently features some kind of real-time day-night cycle and weather, and times of day do change throughout this race, but the position of the primary light source remains static. So when the sun is low in the evening sky, the shadows are permanently set at a kind of mid-afternoon angle. Environments mostly look great when you're blasting away at high speed, though a closer inspection reveals a fairly judicious placement of polygons. During this free roam gameplay, where the pace of play is much more relaxed, some of these compromises become a little more noticeable. Perhaps this is engineered to keep LOD pop-in to a minimum though, as obvious LODing is fairly minimal and not very noticeable during gameplay. Interestingly, building interiors seem to have real depth and parallax, though they appear fairly simple and often repeat. But if you look a little deeper, you can spot some considerable rendering improvements in the mix here as well. Improvements that ultimately make the game look substantially better than its predecessor. World has some excellent looking water rendering, with foaming waves and lots of geometric undulation. When you hit water, the player vehicle changes into some kind of aquatic machine, and you drive on the water's surface, unlike in Mario Kart 8, where you simply rode the track beneath the waves. As a result, the reflection tech has evolved and seems to be possibly using a planar reflection technique. There are some tells here that indicate we aren't looking at screen space reflections or even something ray traced, like alignment issues and the fact that player vehicles aren't reflected. At the same time though, the reflections match the scene too well to simply be some pre-calculated cube map, which would probably look pretty bad on larger bodies of water. Other glossy surfaces do rely on cube maps though, it seems. Materials quality also seems to have taken a step up here. Surfaces have higher detail textures, including better normal maps, and appear more natural. World often looks worn, with cracked pavement and faded, uneven paint, while Mario Kart 8 tended to have a more sterile look. Some shaders, like the one used to simulate this icy material, produce a more visually sophisticated appearance and more closely mimic their real-world inspiration. We actually do have some footage of the one track that is returning for Mario Kart 8, which is Sky High Sundae. A side-by-side reveals much better looking artwork that clearly has seen a lot more time and attention. But I don't want to put too much stock into this admittedly stark comparison, because this is a track from the Booster Course Pass, which had more basic looking tracks that were designed with the mobile game Mario Kart Tour in mind. Model detail and art quality both took a big hit with these tracks, so it's not surprising that a proper art pass has produced a markedly better looking result. Characters also typically appear quite different in this new Mario Kart outing. This is evident right from the player select screen, as each character is depicted with a distinctive animation and edge-lit lighting. The same cartoony sensibility is carried into gameplay, as the karts squish, stretch, and have looser suspension. Mario Kart 8 wasn't exactly realistic, but the vehicles themselves were rigid and had a bit of a more grounded feel. When the karts get hit, the animation is a bit more dramatic, and it blends more seamlessly with player-driven kart movement. There are also some changes to character designs, most of which are fairly subtle. In general, it seems like Nintendo is taking more cues from offline CG as a visual inspiration these days, and that's reflected in some of their design choices, most famously perhaps with the revised Donkey Kong model. Beyond the game's core visual makeup, we should discuss the title's basic rendering parameters. In World's default visual mode in docked play, current media suggests a 1440p image in all my counts, with no TAA or temporal upsampling. It's a little hard to offer a precise sense of image quality, given that all of the extended footage we have is ripped from Nintendo Treehouse playthroughs, but I think it typically looks fine enough. Relying so heavily on baked lighting minimizes aliasing gremlins in typical play. All the material we have so far suggests a 60 FPS refresh, which is maintained faultlessly. The game's photo mode runs at a more modest 30 FPS update, however. There's also apparently a 120 FPS mode, though we don't have any capture of it at the moment. Split screen play is also included here, at least for race events. The same 60 FPS update is evident, at least for 2-player split screen play. We don't have any footage of 4-player split screen, which might get a frame rate hit, though in one segment on Nintendo Treehouse, they did feature 2 consoles running with 2-player split screen put side by side. Nintendo's game chat functionality is supported here as well, like with every other Switch 2 title, and it does seem like a neat addition. The roughly 8 FPS camera feed update is mildly distracting and perhaps better suited for a slower paced title, but I think the overall effect is pretty cool, and the real-time background removal on the camera feeds works pretty well. Obviously, comparisons with streaming suites available on PC are probably not particularly flattering, but for something integrated into a low-power console platform with a limited slice of GPU time, I think it's a neat option for party play. Mario Kart World is in some respects an iterative upgrade over Mario Kart 8, but the extra horsepower has been put to good use to enable 24-player races and a vast open world. There are some key visual upgrades in the mix too, and resolution gets a bump along with the maximum supported frame rate. That's a really solid mix for a big new next-gen Nintendo game, especially one arriving so early in the Switch 2's life cycle. I think Nintendo was facing a big issue when they developed the concept for World. Mario Kart 8 was such a tight, perfectly tuned game, had already explored transforming vehicles, and came loaded with content. It's a very hard game to top on its own terms. With World, Nintendo hasn't really tried to, instead veering off in a very different direction in gameplay terms, even beyond the obvious shifts to scope. Tracks are wider, handling is a little looser, and mini turbos charge more slowly. Items have been tweaked to automatically trail the player and have generally been made less punishing. Gliders have been replaced with wings, watercraft have been introduced, it's possible to trick off the ground, and there are new rail grinding and wall riding mechanics. Even though we have a fair bit of off-screen and direct feed footage of the game, the intricacies of these mechanical changes aren't fully understood. Some mechanics like ground tricking and wall riding will hopefully be balanced carefully to avoid degenerate gameplay. It looks like fun to me, but it also looks like it will take a bit of getting used to coming off of 8. I do share certain community concerns, though, about the game's gameplay structure. The Grand Prix and Knockout Tour modes take you through long stretches of track between individual circuits, which definitely has some appeal and sells the open-world fantasy. But these highway segments have long straights, few turns, and don't look as interesting as the actual proper circuits. Of course, I haven't played the game, and it could just be the case that less twisting tracks remain interesting because of boost pads, traffic, and 24-player play. 200cc racing speeds could help, though it hasn't been confirmed as an option, and neither has Mirror Mode. But on the flip side, the game's new open-world structure seems like it could introduce a lot of opportunities for interesting single-player gameplay. A mix of challenges, races, and collectibles would be nice here, perhaps taking some cues from Forza Horizon. Nintendo is keeping their cards close for now, but they are hinting at some exciting possibilities. As someone who mostly enjoys Mario Kart offline, I think these bits of open-world fun could keep me returning for many months to come. That's about as much as I can squeeze out of this initial footage salvo. So if you enjoyed this video, please like, subscribe, and press the bell for YouTube notifications. Check out the Patreon at digitalfoundry.net for
How good do you really need to be in math to learn machine learning? Very good, but not in everything. Can you get away without learning math in machine learning? Absolutely yes. And that's why it's dangerously dangerous. I don't know about you, but how many people do you really see out there teaching math for machine learning? It could be some YouTube videos, or it could be an online course or a workshop. I know a lot of workshops skip over math, and that's not good. Some of them say that it's, I'm constrained, it's beyond the scope of this course or whatever. Like, it's almost like there's always an excuse to skip over math. But math is the fundamental thing that drives machine learning, whatever algorithm you pick. So let me know in the comments below, when you took a machine learning course, did they teach you the math behind the algorithms? Because I'm very interested to know how many people know the math involved in a machine learning algorithm. Let it be linear regression or, simple neural networks, whatever it is. Like, how many people really know the intricate math details for that algorithm? This is why math is very important. Let me tell you, if you're learning machine learning, or you just started learning machine learning, just be aware that you can do machine learning without knowing the math. But it's very important that you know what the math behind all of this machine learning is. Look, machine learning involves a lot of linear algebra, a little bit of calculus, and quite a lot of statistics. So these are fundamental concepts in math that you need to know before you actually become a machine learning engineer or even a data scientist. Like, statistics is a must, right? Linear algebra is a must if you're using something like neural networks or linear regression, logistic regression, whatever it may be. And here's why math is really important, because a lot of times what I see is people applying machine learning for anything and everything. And a lot of times they have really high accuracies or very low accuracies. And that's a problem, because you don't want models that overfit on your training data. At the same time, if you want to improve the performance of your model, you need to know exactly what the problem is. And this is why I think there is a lot of people out there doing machine learning without really knowing the math math behind these algorithms. And it's not entirely their fault because, you take a workshop, for example, or an online course, and they skip over the details of the math. They say, oh, okay, we get these equations. These are called, activation function or, some kind of a loss function that needs to be determined. Basically do this by, following some kind of a math, linear algebra, blah, blah, blah. And then they say, oh, we got to update the weights. So we do something called as backpropagation, which involves calculus. So this is not a calculus class. Let's just skip over it, spend some time on your own, learn on your own, and they'll be done with it. That is okay. It's not on them to entirely teach you the math behind machine learning. It's your responsibility. And I know that there are a lot of people who teach ML, know linear algebra. They know how the math behind these algorithms work. But when it comes to teaching, they know that it's a lot more effort that they need to put in to refresh their memory or refresh how things work on paper at the fundamental level. So I don't blame them entirely. Let me know in the comments below if you're interested to learn the mathematics involved in machine learning. If that's the case, if I get good enough response, I'll probably make videos about the fundamental mathematics involved in building a machine learning model. I really wish teaching machine learning started with teaching the mathematics behind it, because you can get really quick and up to speed when it comes to the programming aspect, because it's not really that hard considering the fact that you've got packages like scikit-learn, PyTorch, TensorFlow, blah, blah, blah. But the mathematics is a problem because it takes time to sit down and, understand the concepts. How do you do matrix multiplication? How do you use linear algebra to, find the determinant, or something like how does gradient descent work? And how do you update the weights, backpropagation, blah, blah, blah. What's the real purpose of the activation function, and so on and so forth. So my message for this video is just two things. Number one, start learning the mathematics behind machine learning. Even if you're not taught, your workshop does not teach you, or you've never learned the math, you just know some of the basics and very broad overview of it. Pick up a textbook and start learning right away, because that could be the make or break decision if you're looking for a job in machine learning, or if you're trying to complete a project successfully. And number two, I want to say is don't just rely on online courses and workshops. You have to go beyond that. You have to go beyond just these workshops, because they teach you a lot of things, but there's also a lot of things that they cannot teach you simply because either they're constrained by time, or nobody wants to do the hard work of actually teaching the most difficult part of machine learning, which is the mathematics behind it. So whatever the reason may be, I want to encourage you to go beyond just learning the basics of how to apply machine learning. Go dig up the code, the very fundamental source code, or pick up a textbook and learn the math that is being applied, because that is very important. Let me know in the comments below what you think. How important is math in machine learning? How many of you were actually taught the mathematics behind machine learning? Were you taught machine learning with math? Like, how did you guys start? Like, did you start with coding, or did you start with the mathematics behind machine learning? Let me know in the comments below, and subscribe to the channel as always, and hit the like button because it goes a long way to support this channel. So thank you all for your support so far. I will see you in the next one.
Welcome to Raging Moderates. I'm Scott Galloway.
And I'm Jessica Carlo.
So Trump's Liberation Day tariff sent shockwaves through the market. Stocks tumbled, and Fed Chair Jerome Powell warned that they could drive inflation even higher. So today, we're joined by entrepreneur, investor, and outspoken critic of Trump's economic policies, Mark Cuban, to talk about tariffs, the economy, and the state of American democracy. Mark, it's always good to see you.
Always. Thanks for having me on, guys.
We're about a week out from Trump's Liberation Day. When you saw that announcement, what was your initial reaction, and what do you think it signals about the country's economic future?
I mean, my initial reaction was it was shock and awe, and it would be turned shortly. And obviously that hasn't been the case. And I just think everything is so convoluted that it's hard to come to any conclusions right now, other than it's really messy.
You've been advising people to stock up on everyday items, including toothpaste and soap. That sounds...
Well, no, let's take a step back there. So I read this book back in college, How to Retire. No, it was the only investment guide you'll ever need. And one of the things it said was one way to earn a guaranteed return was buying in bulk the normal things that you use on a daily basis when they're on discount. And so I said, okay, stock up on things you have room to store, toothpaste, toilet paper, whatever, because tariffs are going to increase the price. I wasn't suggesting they were going to go out of stock like they did during the pandemic. It's just smart economics. If you can save 20, 30, 40% to avoid tariffs and get a discount at Costco, you're making money.
It feels like with any volatility, there's an opportunity to make money. I mean, I would argue, I think most economists would argue that this, on the whole, is just bad for everyone. There's few more elegant ways to reduce prosperity globally than tariffs, as far as I can tell. But as an investor and someone who's a student of the markets and has done really well, if and how has this changed your investment philosophy, or do you see any opportunities? What is Mark Cuban doing right now with his portfolio?
So there's a lot of different things. First of all, when Trump was elected, I sold most of my stocks and went to cash. So I'm actually a tiny bit net short coming into this. And so, I didn't get hurt, except I own a bunch of Bitcoin, so I got hurt a little bit there. But overall, I'm treading water because I'm long and short. And so I went to cash just in anticipation that something like this could happen. And so in terms of what I've done so far, I bought a little bit of Berkshire Hathaway and sold calls on it because there's so much volatility. So not to get too in the weeds, but Warren Buffett went to cash. And if I had a choice between having me invest my cash or Warren Buffett invest my cash, I'll have Warren Buffett invest my cash. And then selling the calls when the VIX is up high, meaning there's a lot of volatility, then you get the greatest return on selling calls, covered calls. So I did that. And that was 2 days ago.
I want to talk a little bit about cost plus drugs. And you've mentioned that tariffs on goods from India may cause you guys to have to increase prices. Can you talk a little bit about what's going on there, if you feel like the price hikes are inevitable, and what the general ecosystem looks like for your company?
So there's a couple things. One, right now, the tariffs don't apply to medications. So it has not been an issue, but they're doing a study and we think that they will at some point. So from a cost plus drugs perspective, there's a chunk of drugs that we actually manufacture in Dallas where it won't impact us at all. And then there's drugs that we'll buy from Canada that may or may not be impacted. And then there's drugs we buy from India. We don't buy anything from China that would be impacted most likely if there are tariffs. And we've already gone through the process. And what we'll do is, with costplusdrugs.com, you go to the site, you put in the name, we show you our actual cost and our markup of 15% and a pharmacy and handling fee. And we'll just add tariffs to the cost when you check out so that you know what they are. So if it's a 10% tariff, it'll show up at 10%, 25, whatever our actual cost out of pocket is, we'll just pass that on without any markups. So we'll be straightforward and transparent. But I think what's really going to be interesting, 80+% of prescriptions are controlled by 3 pharmacy benefit managers. And I would be shocked if they just pass through what the actual tariffs are without any markups or using it as a way to raise prices.
Do you feel like that's going to be an opportunity for your company to get even further reach? Because I feel like so much that goes on in the healthcare sector is under the cloak of darkness, and that you just show up and you see a bill and you're like, how the hell did this possibly happen?
Yeah, without question. I mean, it's most likely a positive. You hate to say that.
Yeah, I don't want to
charging
profit
people-
off sick people. I'm just saying
Yeah.
it's good for people to know actually how tariffs work and that the cost is
Correct.
coming straight to them.
Yeah, the issue is, everybody can see what the tariffs are because they're publishing what the tariffs are from any given country. But when you're buying your medications, we'll probably be the only one that actually published our actual cost out of pocket for the tariffs. And so most of the other pharmacy benefit managers won't show you that and will use it as a chance to exploit it. And we won't. So if they do exploit it at all, we'll look even cheaper. And that's a benefit for us.
Elon Musk and Doge, your thoughts?
I'm all for Doge, right? I think it's a great idea to cut government that's too big. It's a great idea to cut costs. It's too expensive, but you don't do it all at once. That is the definition of lack of strategic thinking. Because what happens is when you do it all at once, there's no chance for communities, cities, states to adapt at all or anticipate or, put in processes or plans to help people find other jobs or to replace lost revenue. And what we know is that, small cities, towns, states, they're far more reliant on federal spending than bigger cities are. If there's a treasury office in the city of Parkersburg, West Virginia that has 2,000 people. The city of Parkersburg, West Virginia only has 29,000 people. And if you guess that 15,000 of them are working age, already they've cut 100 plus people from that office. If those cuts continue, that's a disproportionate impact on Parkersburg and the area. When you look at, there was somebody who published NIH cuts and the impact they had on different communities. Iowa City, the home of the University of Iowa, lost $79 million. NYU and the city of New York, it's not nearly as impactful as Iowa City, Iowa. Or you're seeing, in coal mining towns throughout Appalachia, where they cut back on the monitors and the people who evaluate safety. That has a significant impact on those communities when not only did they lose the jobs, but there's nobody dealing with mining safety for them. And that, that just changes the whole culture of what they're having to deal with. And so I just don't think, I want smaller government, I want less spending, but you got to think it through. If they would have staggered it and staged it over, 12 months, 18 months and said, here's where our cuts are coming. And Parkersburg, West Virginia, we anticipate cutting X number of people. You can do the math to see what the impact is on your tax assessment, your tax revenue collection, and what services you may need to give up, how many people you may need to help find jobs. But we're going to give you some time to deal with this before it happens. If they had done it that way, Elon, might be a hero for doing it the right way, but just slicing and dicing it, ready, fire, aim is no way to govern. And that's the way it feels right now.
A question I don't think I've ever put to you. We talk a lot about on this and other podcasts how young men in America are really struggling and probably falling further faster than any other cohort. 4 times likely to kill themselves, 3 times likely to be addicted, 12 times likely to be incarcerated. Curious on your thoughts on what ails us in terms of struggling young men, and if you have any thoughts on policy solutions.
I'm not really the most qualified one for that. I mean, I have a 15-year-old son and I worry about him, but, we communicate. And what's interesting to me in some respects is all I have to do is look at his Instagram and TikTok feeds and I know exactly what he's into. And right now it's still sports, hot girl, music, sports, hot girl, music. And so, you can get a good feel for what's happening with your kids, but it is a problem. I've read what you said and I agree with you that, there's so many different stresses and it's so easy to go down rabbit holes. Like when we were growing up, there weren't these diversions where you could go down a negative rabbit hole that really, impacts your personality. You may have been into sports or not been into sports. You may have, gotten your news from the local gossip, at the water cooler at school or whatever. But now the way algorithms are designed, you get more of what you get more of. And if you're getting Andrew Tate and you're getting, whoever else are in the manosphere there, it could go bad. And I think that's a real problem. And, if you're not in a position where you have somebody that can mentor you or guide you, it could be devastating. That the whole adolescence thing. I mean, it's not fiction.
Oh, double tapping on that question, then also what you said about Elon Musk. As a political strategist, I always kind of go to that. And you were such an omnipresent surrogate for the Harris-Walz campaign. And I'm curious as to, now that we're, a few months into the Trump administration, round 2, if you have any thoughts about like what you could have done better or what you wish that you had said or been able to communicate and to reach people about Trump and co. and how we might have connected with young men better. I mean, I'm like flooded with.
No, I mean, there's a lot of things, particularly with young men. I mean, I thought they lost it when they lost crypto. I thought a year plus before the election, I said on Twitter that Gary Gensler could literally lose the election for Kamala Harris or Joe Biden at the time. And as it turns out, I think that turned out to be factual, and I'll tell you why. Young men, white, black, red, green, whatever, they're not going to the banks and making bank deposits, and writing checks like we did growing up. They're opening up Coinbase accounts, they're opening up Robinhood accounts, and whatever income they have from their job, they're having direct deposited there. And so they started buying crypto. Dogecoin is a great community, and they were, going online on Reddit, going Doge to the moon and hanging out with their friends and buying a little bit of Bitcoin, hoping the price of Bitcoin would go up. And along comes Gary Gensler saying, okay, I'm going to just shut down crypto as much as I possibly can, with the exception of Bitcoin. And that's effectively just shitting on the net worth of almost every 18 to 29-year-old and then saying, since then, studies have come out and said 42% of men under the age of 29 own crypto. And so across 245,000 votes in 7 swing states, I think it made a difference. And having since talked to some of her advisors, they think the same thing. And I went to bat as much as I could to convince Gary Gensler he's making a mistake. He said he didn't care. It's not his job to worry about that. I finally got through to the Harris campaign that they needed to change on crypto, but they just kind of tiptoed through it instead of being forceful on it. That is one key area they lost. I think, just generally, nobody in that campaign knew how to sell. They were up against one of the greatest salespeople of all time, the guy who could sell the proverbial ice to Eskimos. And, on the Harris campaign side, they couldn't sell dollar bills for 50 cents. They just would not put in the effort to sell. And, they wouldn't go into tough places where people needed to be convinced the most. When I was on the campaign, I never wanted to talk to Democrats. I wanted to talk to Republicans and independents and undecideds. They would not let Kamala go into those types of places. And obviously, I didn't have a big enough voice.
What do you think, if you were to advise the Democratic Party going to 26 and 28, what do you think is kind of the unifying message or messages?
I mean, help people. Just literally get on the ground and help people. If you agree with what I've said about Parkersburg, West Virginia, about cattle farmers, beef farmers in Nebraska, about people who've lost their jobs across the country, go out and help them. You can't use the T word anymore. Trump, when you mention the word Trump, it just triggers people. It's almost like talking to somebody who's in a bad relationship and you knew it was going to be a bad relationship and they would never admit it's a bad relationship. And the minute you bring it up, they get defensive. And it's the same way with a lot of Trump supporters. And so rather than trying to convince them to change, because the only person who can change the mind of a Trump supporter is Donald Trump. And so my feeling for the Democratic Party is you have to go on the ground. And having the town halls is great, but the way you make those town halls impactful is by being in those towns and saying, okay, what can we do to actually help you? Can I talk to the largest employers and see if there's anything that we can do to help them? Can I help, are there any programs that I know of that I can connect people who have lost their jobs to help them find new jobs? Can I, put pressure on that local Republican House member to realize that they're in a catch-22. They either have to support their local constituents or Donald Trump. You can't do both because they're on opposite sides of the spectrum. So going out there and actually doing things for people, that's what builds momentum, in my opinion, because it helps in two ways. One, when people say, what's the Democratic Party doing? You just tried out all these people and leverage the virality of social media. If I'm, trotting out people who said, yeah, I voted Republican, but this isn't about Donald Trump. This is the fact that the Democratic Party in the state of Iowa helped me get a job when nobody from the, from the Republican side or the White House even cared if I got fired. Somebody helped me get this program or that program, and put those people online and just flood the zone with videos of interviews like that so that people see it continuously. That's part one. And part two of that is by putting all these Republican House members in a catch-22. Right? Doge is killing your local community. Doge is killing your the tax revenues that you're creating. And here's the services that the mayor said were going to be cut. What are you going to do about it? Either they go against Doge and against Trump as a result, or they're going to lose in the midterm. So it's a no-lose situation for the Democrats, and that gives them content to do what really matters, which is flood the zone. You need to have nonstop examples of people that the party helped so that they become the party of the people. That's really what makes you the party of the people. Hundreds of thousands of people getting fired, and some percentage of them are women who are pregnant, people who have chronic illnesses and serious diseases, and they're just saying, okay, you get to go on Cobra. No, let's push for something that gives them, longer health benefits. If you're pregnant, you get health benefits until you've given birth plus however many months. If you have a serious illness, we'll make sure that you have your government health benefits for as long as you need them, etc. So doing those things for people, I think, really gives you content, but also you're doing the right thing. And doing the right thing still matters to people, and people want to see that in their social media feed. And I think that will build a lot of positive groundswell for the Democrats.
feels like you're describing the moral moment, as Cory Booker put it last week during his epic speech. Do you feel like Democrats are meeting that moral moment?
No, I don't. Look, to me, parties are far less relevant than they used to be. If you look at the Republican Party, they zig and zag on whatever Donald Trump tells them to zig and zag on. The Republican Party is now the family business for the Trump family. And I think until there's a front runner for the Democrats, it's hard to define who you are as a party because you're defined by your actions. The Republican Party is defined by one person, Donald Trump. It doesn't matter what anybody else does. And there's not that one person. So the Democrats have got to have that moral moment, that moral high ground, but, define themselves through action. When you do the right thing, when you help people, people ask, who's helping me? And, why are you doing this? And they in turn support you. And I think
think that gets the Democrats where they want to go.
So speaking of candidates, I've asked you a couple times if you have any interest in running for president. So I want to ask it in a different way now. Imagine in 2.5 years, you looked into a crystal ball, and in 2.5 years, it ended up that you were running for president. What series of actions or events up until that point would you believe had to have happened such that you'd be running for president in 2.5 years?
Nice try.
I like that one.
Yeah,
That's
that's a
good.
try, right? I just don't see any series of actions at all that would get me to that point. I truly want to change healthcare, and I truly think I can. And I think I can have more impact there. And I don't have the temperament to be that person.
I got to be honest with you, Mark. I think you're a little bit full of shit. You're out there. You're very public. You have this platform around the biggest issue in America, healthcare. You're sort of either purposely or accidentally positioning yourself as the anti-Musk, the billionaire we need. I mean, quite frankly, just from an exterior perspective, it looks like you're leaving the door just a touch open in case you feel at the moment as an American, as someone who's blessed, who's recognized huge prosperity, that you might decide, given the right atmospherics, to jump in.
Now, I put my family first, and they've been very adamant that they don't want me to do it. And even if 2.5 years from now they change their mind, I just don't see a path there. I like being in the discourse. I like having influence based on the quality of my ideas as opposed to the size of the checks I write. And I don't write any checks to politicians ever.
Yeah, you've said that.
Yeah, so I like that part of it. I like that perspective. I couldn't see myself going through all the bureaucratic nonsense that comes with the job.
All right, I should warn you that what Scott wanted you to do is say, well, are you thinking about running, Scott? Because he's high on that this week.
Yes, it's-
Scott, you
Galloway
better run
2028.
Galloway for president.
love and prosperity is his
A
platform.
chicken in every pot is Cialis in every cupboard. Your question, Jack.
I just wanted to quickly ask you about kind of the manosphere and the media landscape, because you became really great at doing the interviews. And as someone, as a liberal that works at Fox, I was thrilled to see, someone that wanted to, like you said, take the engagement to the people that actually are persuadable or need to hear something.
But on the manosphere, right?
Yeah, or just like what the media landscape looks like for us going forward. Do we need a Joe Rogan of the left? I don't even know what that is.
Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think Joe Rogan is of the right, or Theo Vaughn or Jake Paul is of the right. Like I did all but Joe Rogan. I did all those podcasts. I mean, I had a blast doing all of them because they all, it's just guy talk. They want to talk about girls, sports, gambling, crypto, all the bro stuff, cool tech, and obviously I'm comfortable with that. The Democrats just didn't have anybody who fit. And when you go and talk to those podcasters, it wasn't that they like policies or anything like that. It was just like, he's gangsta. That's what one of them told me. He's gangsta, right? He doesn't give a shit, right? I'm down with that. I don't. There's nothing I really liked about Kamala and Trump, whatever. And so it wasn't so much that the left needs something to offset what the broadcasts are doing. It's more they just need a candidate who feels comfortable talking to them, because they'll talk to everybody. Every single one of them said, we'd love to have Kamala on, love to have her on, and her staff didn't want to go for it.
Yeah, she just said, I think she really blew it because Joe Rogan, I think he would have, my sense of Joe is he tries to set his guests up for success.
Oh, I do too.
Yeah.
I did too.
Just on that question of media, do you see any, I know you're backing Skylight, a new equivalent to TikTok. So talk about why you're backing it, but also just in terms of the media landscape, where obviously, podcasting appears to be playing a bigger and bigger role. Any thoughts on the media landscape?
So media encompasses a lot of different things, obviously. On the social media side, I'm really active on Blue Sky because it's a distributed network. It's not owned by any one person. It's got 35 million users now. And so it's not quite at a tipping point. It's had the network effect, but it's not quite at the tipping point, which I think it needs to get to 60 or 70 million users to really start to have the X level impact. But what I really like about it is it's moderated because, when you go on X, I'm gonna get anti-Semitic responses. I'm just gonna get a lot of dumb shit. And when I'm on Blue Sky, I'll get engagement and I can have a normal conversation because I know if anybody says something really, off the wall, it gets moderated out, or I can block them or report them, and then they're gone. And so you can have, different types of conversations. You can really interact with people. Now, not to say that everybody's really sweet and nice all the time. Like, a third of my responses to anything I post are going to be, we'll eat you last, or billionaires are a policy failure, and, shut up and go home, rich guy, you don't get this. And that's okay. It beats hate speech, and so I think the counter to right-wing media, if you will, is having Blue Sky really succeed. I think MSNBC has done a great job supporting it. I think CNN is blowing it by not being active there because it does lean left. And so you've got a lot of support there. But in terms of Sky Social, it just complements what Blue Sky does by giving it more media and the ability to create and post media more easily and more quickly. And so that's why I support them. And they've got a really nice product everybody should try.
Last question, and we ask all our guests this. What's one issue that makes you rage, and what's one issue that you think we should all calm down about?
What makes me rage is the whole anti-empathy thing, because, people will accept things they disagree with if you show them some empathy. And that applies from right and left. From the left, the identity politics, there was no empathy shown to white males who thought that they weren't getting jobs because of DEI. And I'm a big supporter of DEI, but you can't do identity politics and try to cancel people. It just won't work. And there's no empathy being shown to the left from Trump, and all the things that Elon is doing. And Elon talks about being anti-empathetic and it being a weakness. Somebody's got to start being nice. What's interesting to me is both sides have trigger words. And you've got to learn, if you want to be a politician in this day and age, if you want to be a leader in this day and age, if you want to have an impact in this day and age, you want to deal with substance and not just find the trigger words and try to make it appear like you're fighting. Because it's always Trump sucks, Trump sucks, Trump sucks. Okay, I can't argue with it, but it accomplishes nothing. Woke sucks, woke sucks, woke sucks, woke sucks, woke sucks. All right, don't disagree, but it accomplishes nothing. And so I'd rather see people, try to put feet on the ground and do things like we talked about earlier. And it gets me upset that there's just no empathy anywhere.
Agreed. Something to calm down about?
Something to calm down about. The Luka trade.
I want to do the whole show on the Luka trade.
Jess is outraged. Jess has been raging about
Well,
that.
it's crazy.
Not outraged as I was, Jess, trust me.
Well, and you could actually speak to Nico Harris, and I can only kind of hate tweets about him. That's crazy to trade. I thought it was so interesting that you pointed out that there's this lack of understanding of Slovenian culture
100%.
that and I don't know the Slovenians that well, but I knew that you shouldn't trade Luka Doncic. And 3 days after he bought a house there, his baby now,
he's a good
it's crazy.
guy, man. It's just, it was heartbreaking. And as we have this conversation tomorrow, he comes back to Dallas for the first time, so it's going to be really.
Are you going to be there for it?
Of course, I'll be there for it.
Okay,
because I told him.
And
I told him every time he goes to the foul line, I'm going to boo him, and he'll get really mad at him, and then afterwards we'll crack up because he's a good guy, so I can pick on him.
And I love seeing Dirk follow him also to be supportive. You guys have such a great basketball community there. Anyway, Scott's bored now. I'll stop with this, but thank you so much for joining us.
I have no idea what either of you are talking about.
My
All
pleasure.
right, Mark.
It's okay.
Always interesting, always insightful. Thanks for your good work, and keep on keeping on. I think a lot of us in the center really think you're an important voice, so appreciate you being.
Well, I appreciate that. Thank you. And you guys the same. You guys always surprise me because you come up. It's one thing to come up with ideas and insights, and there's another thing to find the data to either support it or realize you were wrong. And you guys tend to do that all the time. So that makes a big difference.
Hey everybody, this is Russ Metro Game Core. I'm working on my Retroid Pocket Flip 2 review. I'm hoping to have it out this weekend or early next week. It takes time, I got a lot of testing to do and whatnot. But before that, I wanted to take a break and just kind of talk a little bit about the whole tariffs thing. I've been getting so many emails and messages about it, and I don't want to talk about the tariffs themselves and all the policies because they are changing on a dime. Every single day is like a new adventure, and so I don't think it's worth speculating on the situation right now, but I do have some thoughts about what we can do about it in the first place. And this is kind of how I operate as a person. When I'm faced with an obstacle or a problem, my first thought is always, how can I overcome it? So I don't like to dwell on the issue itself, but rather, what can we do about it? What solution are we going to find? And I think the Retroid Pocket Flip 2 is at the core of this conversation because this is not shipping just yet. It's supposed to start shipping next week, and so people are concerned that if they already have pre-ordered it or if they order it right now, are they going to be paying those tariffs? And who knows at this point? I'm not really sure, but my whole point in this is that maybe you don't have to buy this thing. Maybe there's something else that are out there that is readily available from maybe a US distributor. So that's what I want to talk about today. And I think that by far the best possible device that you can use is one that you already have. And so if you've already got something like, say, this Anbernic RG40XXV, which came out last year, you've already got this sitting around, then this is probably going to be your best bet because it's absolutely free. And in general, almost every single retro handheld has some sort of custom firmware solution out there. People who are working on making this device better. And so if you've got one of these things sitting in your drawer, it might just be worth it, pulling it out, getting a new SD card, and then seeing what other kind of software options you have because they keep getting updated over and over and they keep getting better. So really, that's the easiest solution right there. If you've got an old handheld sitting around, you may be able to just breathe new life into it because one of the main things I've seen within this whole retro handheld scene is that there are people who just keep on buying the next one without spending proper time playing games on the old one. When it comes down to it, any of these retro handhelds will have thousands of games to choose from, and so it's just a matter of maybe picking a game and trying it out and just kind of working from there. And so there's still a lot of fun to be had, even if it's a little bit older. And at the risk of sounding cliche, if you've got an older handheld like a Sony PS Vita or a Nintendo 3DS, these are very easily modded and jailbroken. I've got instructional videos on this channel to show you how to do that, and it will open up the entire catalogs for each of these systems. So if you've got one of these old things lying around, find your old adapter, plug it in, give it a charge, and then see what other things you can do with it, because each of these can be a lot of fun to play with. You also didn't hear this from me, but if you've got an old Nintendo Switch lying around, you can use services like on Facebook Marketplace and on Etsy, where they will mod or jailbreak it for you, and then that will open up a whole new world as well. You can install things like RetroArch on a Nintendo Switch and play retro classic games on it, or you can also take your Nintendo Switch cartridges and save them onto the microSD card, and then boot them from there as well. And so there's a whole world of possibilities there as well. I'm not going to cover any of that stuff on this channel, but that's something worth investigating as well. And so again, the best handheld is the one that you already have, because it's going to be free to use, and there are always updates for the software for these as well that make them even better. Now let's say you don't have a handheld, or maybe you're looking just to pick one up right now. That's going to be a relatively easy purchase while you kind of wait out the storm. And so that's what I want to focus on mostly in this video, is specifically like per form factor, what is the handheld that I would recommend right now when taking into consideration, shipping time, price, and availability. For a lot of these form factors, there's a handheld that's considered like the new hotness. That's usually the latest and greatest one, and everyone's working on it and talking about it. And so I understand, if you're going to go onto Reddit and look these things up, you might be hearing most about one of these newer handhelds, but there are some that are perfectly good that are a little bit older. Let's talk about vertical handhelds first. So the new hotness here is the Trim UI Brick. This thing's a 3.2-inch screen. It's been out for a few months already, and a lot of people are talking about it and working on it right now. In fact, I just recently made a software video about it because it is a lot of fun to play with. And this handheld kind of fits in the everyday carry kind of size because it's very easily pocketable and also nice and sturdy. And so I get it why people love this handheld. It is totally cool and one of my favorites in this form factor. However, this is not the handheld that I would recommend for most people just getting into the hobby because it's still a work in progress. The software is being updated every day and the prices are still a little bit high. For example, if you were to go onto Amazon, it's about $80 right now and marked up from the original $50 if you were to buy it directly from China. And so even though this is an awesome handheld, I would still consider it to be a work in progress, and I think there are more mature solutions out there. My choice in the vertical category would be one of these two models, the Miyoo Mini or the Miyoo Mini Plus, and that's because they're relatively cheap, readily available, and still very solid. The major difference between the two is that the Miyoo Mini Plus is a larger size and also has Wi-Fi, but other than that, they're almost exactly the same chip and everything. If you're deciding between the two, I think it really will come down to whether or not you want something a little bit more compact and like an everyday carry handheld like the Miyoo Mini, or if you want something with a little bit bigger of a screen, 3.5 inches, and with Wi-Fi options. Now, the two things that make the Miyoo Mini devices so good include the controls, like the buttons are really soft and easy to press down on, and then also the mature custom software that we have for it. The main one everyone uses is called Onion OS, which is what I have loaded here. A very simple interface, so you can just go into your games, pick your game system, and then just kind of navigate from there and then launch the game. Not only that, they have a feature called the Game Switcher. So as you're playing games, it'll go into this Game Switcher function, and then you can basically go in between each of these, and it saves exactly where you are in the game. And so as you navigate through all your most recently played games, you can press the button, and it'll go right back to where you were in the game. You can then press the button again, it'll take you back to Game Switcher. And so it's a really nice solution if you just want to kind of get in and out of your games without a lot of fuss. In terms of pricing, you're looking at about $40 to $50 if you were to buy it from AliExpress, but again, you are running the risk at that point of potential tariffs if that is a concern for you. But you can also get it on Amazon for about $60, $65. There's always going to be a markup when you buy something from Amazon, but it will be from a US shipper, and so you won't have to pay any of those duties and whatnot, at least right now. And so the way I see it, if you're looking for a nice $60 vertical handheld that kind of has those Game Boy vibes, then I think that the Miyoo Mini Plus, even though it's a couple years old, is still a really excellent solution. Now, for every category, I'm also going to have like an honorable mention or like a runner-up, and so it's going to be the Anbernic RG40XXV in this example. This one has a 4-inch screen, also a 4:3 aspect ratio, and so it's a little bit bigger, easier on the eyes to actually play. This one also has Wi-Fi as well as HDMI out, so if you want to consoleize it, you can do that as well. Like with the Miyoo Mini, this one basically caps out at PS1. You can play a couple additional systems, but it really shines with your retro systems, 16-bit and below. However, this one is a little bit more expensive, about $60 on AliExpress and then $80 or so on Amazon. I'll have links to all this stuff down below. Now, the nice thing about these older handhelds compared to the new hotness is that these have a lot of custom software options for them, and there's a lot of stock everywhere. And so no matter where you are and where you're shopping, you will likely be able to find this in places where they sell retro handhelds. So yes, long story short, if you're looking for a vertical handheld and something that won't break the bank and is readily available, my choice is the Miyoo Mini Plus because this one has a bit bigger of a screen and has Wi-Fi. Now, when it comes to horizontal handhelds, I would say that the new hotness right now is the Retroid Pocket 5. This one has been out for about 4 months at this point and is a really excellent handheld in terms of price and performance and ergonomics and everything else. It's just a really awesome handheld with a beautiful OLED display. Now, unlike a lot of the other handhelds, Retroid sells their devices direct, and so you'll have to get them from their website, which will ship from China. So you're not gonna be able to find this one on Amazon unless there's somebody with a really high markup. It's also worth noting this is an expensive handheld. It's about $220 before shipping, and so you're really looking at about $250. And even though I do think it's worth it, it's still an expensive of handheld, and there are other ways to enjoy horizontal form factors for less. And my choice in this category is also an older handheld. This one is the Anbernic RG35XXH. It came out, gosh, about a year and a half ago at this point. This one has a 3.5-inch screen, so the same size as the Miyoo Mini Plus screen, but you can see it's a nice compact little handheld. This one's also got a good amount of features, including Wi-Fi and Bluetooth, as well as HDMI out, so you can consoleize this one as well. And this one shares the same processor as all the other Anbernic devices with an XX in their name. And the great thing about that is that the custom software options that work for one will also work for the others. And so this one's got a lot of software options as well. Right now I'm using a custom operating system called Newly, which is a fork of Batocera. Essentially, this is an emulation station style interface. So you can pick your system, then navigate through, you get box art and everything, and then pick your game. And after you scraped everything, you'll even show videos, you can do a screensaver. There's a lot of nice features in Newly. And this is one of my favorite small travel handhelds as well. It's very compact, but still very comfortable to use. And so last spring break, my family and I went to Japan, and this was one of my main handhelds that I had with me. I put it in my sling bag. I would just pull it out whenever I needed to play a game or two, And so it was a really excellent fit at that moment. And so that's one of the things that I kept coming back to when I was thinking about this video is that this little guy, the RG35XXH, really needs a little bit more love because it is an excellent little handheld. This one you can usually find for about $50 or $60 on AliExpress and then around $80 on Amazon. So really kind of the similar price to the 40XXV that we were just talking about earlier in the vertical category. Now my runner-up handheld would be this one right here, the RG Cube XX. This one has a 4-inch square screen, so a little bit larger of a screen, but it's a bit more niche of a use case because with this aspect ratio, it's better suited for certain systems over others. This one's a lot more comfortable to use as well. It's got these ergonomic grips on the back, and so this is a very comfortable handheld, but not quite as compact and travel friendly. I really don't think you can go wrong between the two, but it really will come down to the types of games that you're playing. For example, if you're going to be playing Game Boy games, you can see that because this has a more square aspect ratio, it's a lot bigger on the RG Cube XX. If you're going to be playing this type of game, yeah, it's a lot better looking. In addition, if you don't mind playing your Super Nintendo games in an 8:7 aspect ratio, which is a little bit taller but still looks very good, then you will actually be able to play at integer scale on the Cube, and so this will give you a better screen to work with. But if you want a more traditional 4:3, then this is going to be a better bet. When it comes down to it, the reason why I like the 35XXH doesn't really have to do with like the screen or the size of the games, but rather just the overall compact feeling. And so overall, I just really enjoy playing this one a little bit more than the Cube, which is surprising, but it really comes down to the pocketability factor. And this one I think is excellent and why it's my favorite horizontal handheld. And so there you go. If you're looking to pick up an old/new retro handheld, it's a horizontal form factor, then my bet is the RG35XXH. Now next I want to talk about clamshell handhelds as its own category. So we've got a couple options here. I would say the new hotness right now is the Miyoo Flip, for better or for worse. In fact, I made a couple videos about this, but at the end of the day, I still cannot recommend this because it has a high price. It's about $90 shipped, and then also it's got very early software for it as well with lots of bugs. And so you really got to know what you're getting into with this handheld. Yes, I've been really enjoying my Miyoo Flip. Like it's been probably one of my most used handhelds recently, but that's with a big old caveat in the fact that I don't think that this is recommended for everyone. Another thing I've noticed is that a lot of people with the gray model in particular have been getting like floppy hinges where it'll break like just in the first day or sometimes right out of the box. And so this really just kind of goes towards my suggestion that I don't recommend this handheld, even though I do love it because there's just too many things going between the price and the software and now this hinge issue with the gray model. Now I have the gray model on order. I'm still waiting for it to arrive. And so once I have that, I'll do some more investigative work, take this apart and kind of look inside. But as it stands, this one is the new hotness and definitely not one that I can recommend right now. However, we still have old Betsy right here. So this is the Anbernic RG35XX SP and still a very solid handheld for the price. This one is thicker and chunkier and also doesn't have quite as good buttons as the Miyoo Flip, but it's still a very excellent clamshell handheld. And because it has the XX in its name, that means it has the same chip as the others that we were talking about and the same features as well. Things like HDMI, Bluetooth, and Wi-Fi, all that is available here. It's also got a bunch of different software options, including this one right here, which is MooOS, and then the Newly one that we were talking about earlier. And so we just got a lot of choices when it comes to this one. It's a very mature device, and I really do enjoy this one. In fact, it was my favorite handheld of last year. The price for this one is also very reasonable, about $60 from China and about $80 on Amazon right now. And so I still think it's something that doesn't break the bank but gives you a ton of functionality. Personally, I have been using the Miyoo Flip more just because it is more pocketable and kind of easy to take around, and I do really love these buttons. But again, this one is not the one that I recommend. I think that the 35XX SP is a much safer bet. And of course, one of the reasons why I love clamshells so much is that because you can be in the middle of a game and what you can do is just close the lid. It's going to put the device to sleep, and then depending on the settings, you can have it turn off as well, and it'll save your progress. Next time you want to play, you can just open it back up, then turn it on, and it'll go back to where you were. And that little piece of functionality is one of the reasons why clamshells I think are just so popular because a retro handheld in particular is something that should be pick up and play. You're not going to want to sit down and play Super Mario 3 for 3 hours straight, and maybe you do, but I personally don't. But I love the idea of being able to jump in and out of my games, and a clamshell really helps in that regard. And so yes, if we're talking about a clamshell form factor, my number one choice would again be the RG35XX SP. Now let's say you have more modern tastes. For example, you don't really want to play up through PS1. You're focusing more on things like GameCube, PS2, maybe a little bit of Switch emulation. So you want something that's a bit more powerful and a little bit more costly. And so let's talk about that final category, which is going to be what I'm calling pricey handhelds. And I think the new hotness when it comes to this category is the Odin 2 Portal. This one is a wonderful handheld. It's got a 7-inch OLED 120Hz screen, which makes it really great for streaming and just a wonderful handheld altogether. It's also super powerful. So basically anything that you can play on Android is going to work on this as well because it has the Snapdragon 8 Gen 2 processor. Now the Odin 2 Portal starts at like $330. That's not counting for taxes and shipping, as well as a grip case, which I do also recommend. And then also if you want a different color besides black, you have to get the Pro or Max models, and those start at like $400. So you're looking at spending upwards of $400 or $500 to get a device like this. It is wonderful. It is one of the best experiences I've had on a handheld, but it is going to cost you. Not only that, you can only get this from the AYN website right now, and so you are running that risk of getting it shipped from China if things do fall apart. And so another thing to think about is that factor. If you are looking to save a little bit of money but still have some really excellent gameplay, I would recommend the Retro Pocket 5, which we talked about earlier, or also the original Odin 2, which is an older handheld. This thing's been out for about a year and a half. The Retro Pocket 5 can play basically every GameCube and PS2 game no problem, and some of the other heavier weight systems as well, whereas the original Odin 2 has the Snapdragon 8 Gen 2 in it as well, like the Odin 2 Portal. So it can play basically anything that Android can. Not only that, the Odin 2 was recently updated to be able to run Linux as well. I recently made a couple videos about this. You can play things like Xbox and PlayStation 3 on this handheld as well. This one is quite a bit cheaper than the Portal as well. It's running a sale right now. It's about $280 before shipping and all that, so it is about $50 cheaper than the Odin 2 Portal, although I would still say that the Odin 2 Portal is probably objectively the better machine because of its screen. But one of the reasons why the Odin 2 is actually my overall category pick for a pricier handheld is the fact that this one is actually available on Amazon right now. It's got a markup to it. It's about $400 for the Pro model compared to about $350 or so for the Pro model direct from AYN. But again, if you have concerns about getting something shipped from China, then this at least has US stock right now. When it comes down to it, the Odin 2 is still one of my most recommended Android-based handhelds because it can emulate just about anything under the sun. And yeah, it doesn't have the best screen, especially compared to some of its counterparts, but I really like the overall size of it and just the look and feel of it. However, let's be honest, if you're going to be spending around $400 for an Android-based handheld, then there's a huge Steam Deck-sized elephant in the room, and that's still a very easy device to recommend as well. The Steam Deck pricing starts at $400 and goes up to $650 depending on whether or not you want OLED and additional storage, and this one also has US stock, and so you can usually get it under a week from when you first order it if you're in the US. If we're only talking about emulation, this thing can emulate basically everything. It's not the best when it comes to, say, for example, Xbox 360 or PS3, but everything below that is really excellent, including Nintendo Switch. But of course, the main advantage the Steam Deck has over all the others we talked about is that this is an x86 handheld, which means it's a handheld PC. It's basically a laptop in a handheld form factor. This means that you will be able to play full-on PC games on this thing as well, and so that is definitely a factor to consider. If you're looking for a one-and-done handheld and your budget is around $400, it's still the Steam Deck, which is my main recommendation. And you could argue that, the screen is getting a little bit outdated. It's only an 800p resolution, and the processor itself is also getting a little bit old, but I still think that bang for your buck, in terms of just the overall experience and the performance you can expect, the Steam Deck still takes the crown. And so if you are looking for something in the more pricey category, and you don't want to be limited by Android software, then I think the Steam Deck is still a very, very easy recommendation. And so there you go. I don't want to drag this video out too long, but I just want to mention that it's not all doom and gloom, that we've got a lot of options here, and the best handheld is the one that you already have. So open up that drawer if you've got one sitting in there, maybe updated software and see how things are going with it. Now, if you are still really hankering to get a new handheld, then honestly, I think my biggest recommendation would be the RG35XXH. This one has got really solid build quality, a bunch of all the features that I would want in a cheaper handheld, and it won't break the bank. So long story short, yes, I'm working on my Retroid Pocket Flip 2 review, and it is an awesome handheld. I think a lot of people are going to love it, but whether or not you need the new hotness is really going to be up to you, and whether or not you want to gamble with all the Paris things if you are US based. For me personally, I honestly, after testing out all these things and making this video, I just want to play my 35XXH a little bit more. So I'm gonna slip this guy in my pocket and take it home with me and just kind of play with it a little bit more. It's been neglected because of all the new hotness that has been around. Anyway, let me know what you think in the comments down below. If you've got a bunch of handhelds and maybe you're not planning on buying
Just over a year ago, I made this video, which shows off a simple prototype for a tiny game that I just started with the Godot game engine. 1,200 commits, 25,000 lines of code, and over a year of work later, well, let's just say the guy talking in that video is a naive baby that has no idea what he's getting himself into. In this past year, a lot of crazy stuff went down. Over 20,000 people have playtested my game, and I've turned that little prototype into something that is really starting to feel like a fully featured game. And because Blargus of the past did such a good job making devlogs documenting the whole process, present-day Blargus has lots of fun then versus now content to show off. And since this has turned into such a massive project, I think it'll be fun to dive in and show off what a really big, long-term Godot project looks like, and discuss how I'm feeling about my decision to go with Godot instead of, one of the more mainstream engines. So that's what this video is, a recap of all the blood, sweat, and tears that went into taking this simple prototype and turning it into what it is now. Alright, so in the past year, I think the development process I've gone through can be broken up into 3 distinct phases. Getting something playable, finding the fun, and then production and polish, which is basically the phase I'm in right now and probably will be in for a very long time. So starting with getting something playable. The original vision for Blood Thief was a mix between Quake and Hotline Miami, but in kind of a spooky, dark fantasy type setting. So in the past, I would do this thing where I'd work for months and months on a project, and then like a year in, I would realize, wait, this is terrible. And so I knew from the get-go I wanted to do this one differently. This one I was going to try to get a working prototype up and running as quickly as possible, just so I could see sooner if there was a nugget of something good, and then I would have something to iterate on. And feasibly, I could release, which that's basically the goal for this game, is to release it. Okay, so what's the minimum amount of stuff this game needs just so I have something to play? The way I see it, that just means a player character that I can control, an enemy for me to fight, and a level for this all happening. So I basically grabbed the Godot default script for the character controller. I made like the worst, ugliest player model the world has ever seen, and I made like these absolutely terrible animations for him. And then I made this knight character, which actually is pretty good, at least for my typical standards. It's using Nixamo animations, and his AI is just to like run straight at you basically. And guess what? That's exactly what's still in the game now. So good job, Blargus of 2023. For the level, I did exactly what you're not supposed to do, which is instead of just throwing together something simple that has a start and an end, I've made this absolutely absurd geometry node system that was supposed to be this awesome dungeon generation thing that would make it so I could just pump out levels like crazy, and it was super ambitious. And guess what? I ended up throwing all that away. So let this be a lesson that in the prototyping phase, keep it simple. So yeah, what I ended up with was just like a couple cubes basically with torches and doors. and stuff, but hey, it was made with cool geometry nodes, so be impressed. So at the time, this was really exciting for me. I had a really bad game, but it was a game and it was playable. And kind of like how I alluded to before, I had something that I could iterate on now. And so that brings me to my next part of this video, which is finding fun. So one thing that I felt would make the game more fun is just to make it more challenging. The next thing I did was make a variation of the knight that had a bow and arrow, which really did a lot for making the game more challenging because now you actually had this fast-moving projectile that you had to dodge and you couldn't just run straight at the knights anymore. But what about this default character controller that I've basically been using since day one? Like I said earlier, I wanted this game to be a lot like Quake, and in case you didn't know, Quake's got like the best movement ever. So I basically did a bunch of research on how Quake's movement works and modified Blood Thief's movement to just basically feel like Quake's movement. Which at the time I was like, wow, this feels exactly like Quake's movement. But now that I'm watching this back, I just was not there yet. But hey, we were starting to get somewhere. So one of the other inspirations for Blood Thief is Hotline Miami, which is like extremely fast-paced. So the other big thing that I did was I just cranked that movement speed way up. So basically Quake's ultra-fast movement, but faster.
Zing and Pep. See, those are the kind of words we're looking for. Yes, Jim.
What about if we did an even newer voicemail message that had even more zing and pep?
Now we're cooking.
Also, as I alluded to earlier, the game was just too simple and there was a notable lack of skill expression in the game. The thing about Hotline Miami is that the combat mechanics are really simple. The main way you express skill in that game is by how you move through the space. I wanted Blood Thief to be like Hotline Miami and that movement was going to be paramount. But I was finding that just running around and slapping enemies with your sword in kind of Hotline Miami style just didn't feel like it provided the player enough skill expression to make the game interesting. So it was at this point that I added wall running and sliding to the game, which now is making the game feel a lot like Quake plus Hotline Miami plus Titanfall. It also was really starting to sound like Ghost Runner, which definitely entered my radar around this point. And I saw the similarities as a good thing because I played it and it's freaking amazing. And now because I'd done a smart thing in getting the full gameplay loop set up in the beginning, the magic was starting to happen. I was starting to get that feeling of like, oh, wouldn't it be fun if I could do this? For example, when I slid into the knights, nothing happened and it was like, oh, I should be able to knock the knights over. Wouldn't that be cool? And then the air dash came about because I was finding myself wanting to do these aerial attacks on the knights and just having a really hard time. So I made an attack where you could just kind of shoot at them like a heat-seeking missile. And then with all these new movement mechanics, it was way easier to come up with interesting level layouts and ideas because now I just had to think about sections that would encourage the player to use some of these new mechanics. It was at this point that I started using Trench Broom to make Blood Thief's levels, which I'll talk a little bit more about later in the video. So yeah, things were moving and it felt like I was making a lot of progress. But I stayed in this phase where I was basically just in my cave silently making this game by myself for way too long. I mean, if we look at my devlogs, I released that first devlog back in July 2023, and it wasn't until October 2023 where I actually started showing the game to people and playtesting.
Dude, the sensitivity is through the roof.
Yeah, sorry.
Can I turn down?
No.
You need to come in here. Oh my god, alright. Oh my god! Bro, I can just use shift as like an ultimate shield. Come on, but it's like, oh. This is so intense. Oh my god, I obliterated. Oh no. Oh god! Yes!
So that was just an initial playtest that I did with some of my close friends, but it was soon after that I opened up Blood Thief to the broader community using Steam's playtest feature. When I started playtesting, I was still in the find the fun phase of my design process, and so it was when I started playtesting that I more than doubled Blood Thief's movement kit. course of the next few months, I added the parry, the ledge climb, and the ledge vault, the crouch, which, don't be deceived, is a surprisingly deep and fun mechanic, and the ground slam as well as the ground slam bounce. I also refined things like the air dash quite a bit and turned it into something that was actually fun to play, which is what I talked all about in my last devlog. And so now this game that started out as Quake plus Hotline Miami is starting to kind of feel like Quake plus Hotline Miami plus Ultra Kill plus Ghost Runner plus Titanfall, which, I mean, dude, I'm liking how this sounds. But perhaps most importantly, throughout playtesting, I was able to identify exactly what these core gameplay loop was. What I realized was that while it's fun to explore the level for the first time, fight enemies, and just get through challenges without dying, through playtesting I found a super fun metagame that I've been missing was getting through the level as quickly as possible. In other words, when you get really good at Blood Thief, figuring out where the shortcuts in the level are, finding the fastest way to kill all the enemies, and mastering the movement mechanics so you can build and maintain speed are all really fun ways to make the game fun on a deeper level for hardcore players. And so in observing this in playtests, that's how things like the leaderboards and medals got added to the game. And with those additions, it started to feel like a little bit of Neon White was getting added to this mix here, which also is kind of amazing because Neon White fucking rules. So this exploratory phase of development was so enjoyable for me that I probably could have stayed in it forever. But it had become very clear to me that I'd honed in on a gameplay loop that was really fun. And so if I wanted any hope of finishing this game in the next decade, I had to kind of stick my feet in the sand and decide that this was the rough gameplay loop I'm settling on. No more mechanics, no more scope creep, I'm moving on. And so that brings me to the phase of development that I'm currently in now, which I don't know, probably has an official name. I'm calling it production and polish. Essentially, at this point, I have Blood Thief's mechanics largely locked in. What my focus is now is on squeezing as much juice in as many creative ways as I can out of the mechanics that I've set out, basically through a variety of challenges, levels, and enemies. None of which I can really talk about right now because that would kind of spoil the whole game. The other aspect of this phase that I can talk about is just adding a layer of refinement to stuff to make it, as fun and enjoyable as possible. And when I say level of refinement, I basically mean replacing my buggy-ass code with code that actually works, and replacing my programmer art with slightly better programmer art. As for refining the code, it's so funny how a 100-line prototype can get you like 90% of what you want with just a little bit of jank, but getting that last 10% requires like a billion lines of code. One place where this is definitely true is with stairs in Blood Thief. Stairs are kind of famously terrible in video games, and Blood Thief is definitely no exception. You can think of Blood Thief's player character as basically a Roomba with arms, and as we all know, Roombas and stairs do not play nice. At first, I basically got around this by putting little invisible ramps behind all the staircases in the game because Roombas can go up ramps. But I quickly started to lose my mind, putting little tiny ramps over every single little detail that the player could get caught on. So I actually had to implement a surprisingly complex routine to basically detect if you're about to hit a stair and gracefully move you up and over it. If you've ever heard of the open source project Godot Stairs, I'm basically using that approach. I'll link that in the description if you happen to have an infatuation with stairs. Another piece of infrastructure that started to explode in complexity as I started to add polish was Blood Thief's restart code. In the original version of Blood Thief, I was literally just reloading the entire level every time the player hit restart. It's actually wasn't too bad. For me, it was like a 2 version of Blood Thief, I was literally just reloading the entire level every time the player hit restart. It's actually wasn't too bad. For me, it was like a 2 second stutter every time you hit the restart button. But Blood Thief is the type of game where you could die like 50 times in a level, and I just think that 2 seconds of wait time is just too long for a game like that. Funny enough, it's just short enough to not be overtly obnoxious. For example, like players weren't really complaining about it in feedback, but I think it's just long enough to slowly chisel away at your sanity in such a way that you don't even realize it's happening, kind of like a leaky faucet that just drips every once in a while. I don't know why, I kind of just felt like I had a moral responsibility to reduce this loading time. Maybe that's just my software engineer coming out. So I redid the restart system to only restart the stuff that actually needs to be restarted, which is so much faster, like it's literally instant now. But this created like a billion edge cases, and now everything needs to know if it's the type of thing that should be restarted or not. So there's a whole bunch of like nasty race conditions and edge cases, and I turned my little one-liner prototype into an extremely bug-prone piece of infrastructure that I now have to think about for every single new thing I add to the game. But on the other hand, restart is like a billion times faster now, and so I'm still glad I did it.
Just working hard so I can please you.
And what about me turning my programmer art into something that just hopefully doesn't look so much like programmer art? Well, for that, I'm just gonna say that I'm learning and I'm doing the best I can. I'm trying to leverage my programming skills by making cool looking shaders like the sky shader I made that is heavily inspired by Quake Sky. About a year in, I finally redid that terrible player model that I showed off in the beginning. Check it out, now we got fingers. And because I'm an idiot, I still haven't rigged the fingers for this player model. I literally modeled his hand in the closed position with the sword just being shoved into the player's hand like Squidward's jellyfishing net. In last video, someone suggested that I add little emotes like the player flipping their sword up in the air when they're idle. Hey man, that would require rigging the fingers, so it's looking kind of out of the question at this point. Unless we come up with some emotes that don't require opening the player's fist, like maybe he can just shake his fist angrily at the enemies or something like that. Oh yeah, and as for those hilariously jank animations I talked about in the beginning, those haven't changed. As for textures, I think I'm slowly starting to get better and better at making good textures. I've kind of got a process where I do some stuff by hand in Sprite. Some textures are just sourced from textures.com where I pull them into Photoshop to make them look a little bit more blood thiefy. And I've actually started using Substance Painter for a few assets now, which, you know, I'm just learning. So if you're a real artist and you're looking at this, please don't make fun of me. And yeah, I think the art's at a point now where I'm actually feeling pretty good about it. I think part of being a game dev is just accepting what your strengths are, playing to your strengths, and doing the best you can with the other stuff. Okay, so that's basically everything that I've worked on this year. But I mentioned in the beginning of this video that I was going to talk a little bit about just what a sizable Godot project looks like. So here we go. So Blood Thief's currently using Godot 4.2.2. When I first started Blood Thief, I was using Godot 4.0, which means I successfully managed to upgrade it twice, once from 4.0 to 4.1, and again from 4.1 to 4.2. And oh, would you look at that? Godot 4.3 just came out, so I'll definitely be upgrading to that too, because Godot 4.3 has a ton of features and fixes that I'm just really excited about. So I was kind of shocked to see this. The project has 257 GD script files and 195 scene files. 67 of the GD script files and 10 of those scene files come from plugins, so not all of it is me. So if you're anything like me, you might be thinking, this project isn't that complicated. How the hell did you manage to write 256 GD script files? And as I look through all these, it starts to make sense. There's just a lot of random crap that you need to make a game like this work. A whole lot of these are UI, which I haven't even really talked much about yet. And this is hilarious because Blood Thief's UI is like as minimalistic as it gets, and it's a huge portion of the complexity of this project. I also use a lot of the entity component design pattern in Blood Thief, so a single entity like a knight, for example, has literally 18 scripts on it, with all these scripts being pretty tiny. So 256, not as big as it sounds. At a high level, I've got 4 key external integrations that Godot works pretty seamlessly with. So I've got Fmod, Trench Broom, Jolt Physics, and Blender. In a nutshell, Fmod is just really good for making dynamic music and sound effects. It's what I'm using for basically all my sound effects for Blood Thief. For example, I have this song by Occam's Laser, and I want to make sure that the intensity of the song cranks up at exactly the right moment in the game. So I've got these intensity regions set up in the level, and when I enter that region, the song will seamlessly transition to the more intense part. You set up all this logic in Fmod. It's actually a pretty easy tool to learn. I really recommend this for anybody who's interested in this type of thing. It's a lot of fun. I recently migrated all Blood Thief sounds to Fmod because it just has basically every feature you could possibly want when it comes to sound. Like, for example, I have a bunch of different footstep sounds, and in Fmod you can really easily set up a random selector for all those sound effects. This is something I would have had to write a bunch of code for before, and now it's just like super easy to set up. By the way, I'm not sponsored by Fmod or anything. I just like it. The other big tool / integration that I'm using in this project is Trench Broom, which is what I'm using to make the maps for Blood Thief. Trench Broom is really popular in the Quake mapping community, which is basically how I found out about it. In short, Trench Broom allows you to not only do the modeling and texturing for your maps, but it also allows you to add entities to your map, like enemies, triggers, doors, and even define complex behaviors like making all these things interact with each other. And you do all this in Trench Broom. The way I'm shoving my Trench Broom maps into Godot is with a plugin called Funk Godot, which by the way used to be called Quodo if you've heard me talk about it before. The next integration I want to talk about is the Jolt physics engine. This plugin is literally just a drop-in replacement for Godot's default physics engine. I started using Jolt really early in Blood Thief's development because I kept getting caught in little cracks in my level geometry. I figured I'd try using Jolt, and the issue literally just went away. It's honestly one of those plugins that I just don't really have to think about, and isn't that just the best kind of plugin? Last but not least is Godot's Blender integration. My first ever YouTube video is a tutorial on how to set this up. A lot of people commented on that video that it's actually not that smart to use blend files directly in your Godot projects, but honestly, if you're a small team, I'm not really convinced it's such a bad thing. For example, I found it really useful to be able to tweak animations in Blender and then immediately be able to see the change in game. So yeah, it may not be best practice, but for me it's a useful feature. With that said, I do find myself just exporting my models to GLB more often than not nowadays, mainly just so I can use different versions of Blender and not break anything. I also find myself having lots of different versions of some assets, and only the final one actually gets exported to GLB and makes it into the Godot project. Okay, so I'd say that's a pretty good summary of the project as a whole. I don't really feel hampered with tech debt at this point. I mean, sometimes I'll come across an old script that I haven't touched in a while, and I'll see some scary shit that I wish I didn't, but that generally falls in line with my process for making new features, which is just do it in the dumbest, messiest way possible, and only later, once I fully hashed out all the details and requirements of that feature, do I actually clean it up and refactor. Personally, I think this is the best way to do things because nothing is worse than some giant, over-engineered piece of infrastructure that has hundreds of lines of code solving problems that don't actually exist. And how about my decision to use Godot as a whole? This is definitely a loaded topic that I could probably do a dedicated video for, but overall, still feeling really good about using Godot, and I have absolutely no regrets. Sure, it can be pretty buggy at times, but feature-wise, it really has everything I need, and I just have so much fun using it. I'm finding that I'm able to bring ideas to reality really, really quickly with Godot, and as someone that overall is just trying to have a good time in life, I can't really ask for anything more. Maybe I'll make a more thorough video about that another time. Let me know in the comments if that'd be interesting to you. Alright, so that's basically my year of work summed up in a little video. It's been a lot of fun reflecting on all the things I've learned this year. As you can probably imagine, it's been a pretty crazy year for me. This channel has blown up way more than I ever could have imagined, so thank you to you for watching these videos. I love my life. I get to make games, and that's pretty incredible. So cheers to a year of game dev. To wrap things up, if you're interested in Blood Thief, give it a wishlist on Steam and join my Discord because that's where I like to hang out and chat with people. It's also just where you'll hear all the latest news for Blood Thief and where I talk about what I'm working on, and if I ever do like a release or something like that, the Discord folks are gonna be the first to know. I'll leave a link to wishlist and to the Discord in the description. Alright, thanks for watching. Bye. This is a potato. $289 from
the alarm for years now on the crisis afflicting young men in this country. It's a topic that's come to the forefront lately. We talk of toxic masculinity, but also the massive success of shows like Adolescence, which I was chatting with you before. And Governors Westmore and Gretchen Whitmer recently announced plans to focus on helping boys and men in their states. You're currently writing a book on the subject called Notes on Being a Man. Do you feel that we've reached a tipping point? Because although you've been saying this for a long time, it feels like people are catching on now.
I think we're moving to a more productive. People do recognize there's an issue, right? 4 times more likely to kill themselves, 3 times more likely to be addicted, 12 times more likely to be incarcerated. I think mostly led by mothers who see something's going on. We've now turned to a more productive part of the conversation is what do we do about it? And I wrote this book because I do think that I think everybody needs a code to help them guide them through the millions of decisions they have to make around personal and professional activity. You can get it from your religion, your family, from the military, from work. I think we can get, for young men, I like the idea of restoring an aspirational vision of masculinity that can serve as a code. And I don't think there's anything wrong with leaning into your femininity or your masculinity if it feels natural. And for me, masculinity is, and I'm open to criticism here, this is a tough one that triggers a lot of people, but I think the 3 pillars are provider. I think every man at the outset of his career should assume that he needs to take economic responsibility for his household. And by the way, sometimes,
at least for himself.
And sometimes that means getting out of the way of your partner who happens to be better at that money thing and taking up the slack in other parts of the household.
Not be mad about it.
And be supportive. Yeah. My partner, when we had kids, was working at Goldman making more money than me, so I tried to step up. That's also being a man. 2, and this triggers people being a procreator. I think wanting to mate, that fire of desire, can be channeled, if it's channeled in the right ways, to making you a better man, making you kinder, making you stronger. For God's sakes, thinking about how you dress, showering for God's sakes. Being persistent, initiating contact. The scariest stat I've read is that 51% of men aged 18 to 24 have never asked a woman out in person. And surveys show, just think of what the media tells you, the majority of women still want men to initiate romantic contact while making them feel safe. 3rd pillar, you're a protector, right? Your default operating system is you protect. If you think about the most masculine jobs, cop, fireman, military, what do they do at the end of the day? They protect. Your default should always be protection, right? It breaks my heart that in New York, if you talk to women, a lot of them say they don't feel safe on the subway, or if they see men walking down the street, they cross the sidewalk. From an early age, we got to teach our boys that the transition to manhood means your default operating system is protection. And it's not just physical. It's if you hear people criticizing others behind their back, your default is to weigh in and defend. You may not agree with the transgender community. You may not agree that corporations need to have a 3rd bathroom. You may not believe in gender affirmation. But when you see a group being demonized, your default setting as a man is you move to protection. We are providers, we're protectors, and we're procreators. There's nothing wrong with masculinity. It is a wonderful guidepost. Lean in. We just need to redefine what it means to be a man. You have surplus value. You create more tax revenue than you absorb. You protect people. You witness their lives. You register more complaints than you actually complain. And if you leave this earth having given more than you've taken, then you leave this world as a man. That is what it means to be a man. That was a rant.
But it was clear, you know, it was clear and succinct, and that's why I liked it, because it's not, you're not wondering what you mean. It's very clear. Here are the things that go into being a man, and they're not the things that people tell you. You don't have to be Popeye, you know, but you got to be present. You got to know you have to be able to reach out and talk to people. And I think, you know, a lot of this has to do with people not with her phone, but people don't connect. You know, we get questions here, and we always say, I say, go to a bar, smell the people,
100%.
You know,
people.
If they haven't showered, get the hell out.
Let me, just so we can have a YouTube clip. I think young people should drink more.
I agree.
I don't see drunkenness. I teach togetherness. I advise young people to get out of the house more, drink more, make a series of bad decisions that might pay off. and also, just to the point about masculine femininity, masculinity is not sequestered to people born as men. There are wonderful women who demonstrate wonderful masculinity. My closest male friends are more feminine because I'm drawn to men who take care of me and are a little bit more nurturing. These are wonderful attributes. They're not sequestered to anyone born as a specific gender. But if you're born as one gender and you have an easier time leaning into these wonderful attributes, then embrace them. We've been celebrating femininity as we should. And we should do nothing to get in the way of the fact that women are doing really well. But let's also celebrate our young men and recognize that being risk aggressive, being a provider, being strong, wanting to be fit such that you can protect and provide, those are wonderful things. Let's stop pathologizing it. Let's embrace femininity, but let's also, for God's sakes, embrace masculinity. There's no such thing as toxic masculinity. There's cruelty, there's criminal behavior, there's abuse of power. But if you do any of those things, you are not masculine. That is anti-masculine. And the far right, just to be political, conflating masculinity with coarseness and cruelty, that could not be less masculine.
Our thanks to Scott Galloway. You can pre-order his book, Notes on Being a Man, by scanning the QR code on your screen. And listen to him on Prof G Markets and entrepreneur, podcaster, NYU Stern marketing professor, and best-selling author of books like The Algebra of Wealth. And he's joining the Hot Topics table to tell us why he thinks this tariff plan just doesn't add up, and so many other stuff. We always have great questions for him. Please welcome the fabulous Scott Galloway. So, you know who has just wreaked havoc on the global economy since his so-called Liberation Day last week with massive tariffs. He mostly walked back the other day. What is going on? Do you have? Can you see anything that you can help us see that will explain what the hell he's doing?
It would be hard to think of a more elegant way to reduce prosperity this fast. Let's talk about Apple. The notion was we're going to bring back all those great jobs. The average Apple assembly person in China makes $500 a month. The average Apple employee focusing on more high-value things like design, store management makes $200,000 a year here. We want to wear Nikes. We don't want to make them. We have outsourced low-wage jobs overseas such that we can create more profits, more investments, and create higher-wage jobs. If these tariffs hold, your iPhone's going to go from $1,000 to $2,300. To make an iPhone in the U.S., it would cost $3,500. As a result, the threats of these tariffs take Apple stock down the value of Walmart in 3 days. If these tariffs hold, 80% of toys under the Christmas tree are from China. So 90% of U.S. households are budget constrained. So we're talking about half the number of toys. We're talting about a destruction in shareholder value such that your parents can't retire as quickly. And we're talking about the entire world rerouting their supply chain around brand America, which quite frankly right now is toxic uncertainty. So they can bypass a series of unpredictable, epileptic, sclerotic decisions. But we finally need to acknowledge we have someone at the wheel of the global economy that is blackout drunk right now.
Yeah, and he doesn't drink. Well, when you put it that way, Scott, so I think President Trump's rough explanation of what he's doing is we need to, be less dependent on trade with China. We need to bring manufacturing back and reindustrialization back to the United States. But you talk a lot about the future economy, the rise of AI, what this country's gonna look like, what the jobs of the future are. Does this trade war make sense for the economy of the future, or is he envisioning some kind of 1950s past that no longer exists?
First off, America is the second largest manufacturer in the world. And the Cato Institute, we romanticize manufacturing. The Cato Institute did a survey. 80% of us believe that we should have more manufacturing, but only 20% of us want to work in manufacturing. There isn't a line to get in and have work at an assembly plant in Lansing, Michigan. What we want is high-paying jobs. Quite frankly, if this president cared about young men and trying to up-level people, we go to a minimum wage of $25 an hour.
Yeah.
And by the way, if minimum wage had kept pace with productivity and inflation, it'd be somewhere between 23 and 27 bucks an hour. This is nothing but, in my view, do you realize yesterday, about 10 minutes before he took the trade, he put a pause on the tariffs and Apple skyrocketed, the market went up 2,000 points. There was huge activity in the options market. Yesterday will go down as the greatest day of insider trading and grift in history.
Yes, that's right.
Taking us, folks, someone knew what was going on and made a lot of money, and it wasn't us.
Yeah.
And we're going to find out about this. If you want to go back, he talks about the great era of the late 19th century. Guess what? Where we didn't have indoor plumbing, where we had child labor. I'll take Netflix and Novocaine. This is, we have a habit because of social media to talk about how terrible America is. There are 159 nations. They would all trade places with us. Do we have income inequality? Do we have polarization? Do we have struggling young people? 100%. But guess what? This nation is less bad than any other nation, except if you want to take us back to the past. That makes absolutely no sense whatsoever.
You were just talking about America and the toxicity, the brand toxicity. The people who support Trump, they like to say that he plays fourth-dimensional chess. But tell us, where do you think America's image is right now around the world?
We have the greatest inflow of capital, which drives our stocks up, which lets us borrow money at a lower cost. We have the greatest inflow. Of human capital. We're the best and brightest in the world have in common. They want to come to our universities. They want to live in America. Right now, and part of that is that the American brand is risk aggressiveness. It's rule of law. It's consistency. Rule of law has gone out the window. Right? We've now decided to defy court orders. We're having used car sales on the White House lawn. We are rounding people up with the wrong tattoo and shipping them off without due process to essentially hellscape prisons. Rule of law is gone. Consistency. The tariffs are on. They're off. The tariffs are on. The tariffs are off. We're alienating nations that love us and we love. When did we decide to go to war against Canada?
I don't know.
Canada. You know what Canada did? There's this great line that the Holocaust survivor talking to Warren Buffett said, "How do you judge friends?" And she said, very simply, I ask a question, would they hide me? Canadians hid us. In the hostage crisis, the Canadian embassy hid 6 Americans. And if they'd been found out, they would have been hung by cranes. We're going to war against Canada. They are true friends. We can't even articulate why we're angry at them. We are going to war with everyone at the same time. The big winner, if there is a winner, is China over the medium and long term, who says, you may not like us, but you can count on us. The damage here, when you pause the tariffs yesterday, took a knife halfway out of the economy's back, but the injury will take years, if not decades, to heal. The definition of stupid is doing something that hurts yourself while hurting others. This could not be more stupid.
I love when you come here. I love it.
It came with a card, a lovely card that said, "Love your private dancer, Scott."
I'm your private dancer, a dancer for money.
Hi, everyone. This is Pivot from New York Magazine and the Vox Media Podcast Network. I'm Kara Swisher.
And I turn on the camera and I think, oh my God, she's finally done it. She's gone through transition. I'm like, at 62, UBU, but it was your brother.
It was my brother. Yes, Jeff. Jeff claimed the thing. Yeah, I would look good as a man. I'd be a handsome man, I would say. Yeah, I would. It's true. I'd be adorable.
There's almost nothing I can say that works.
Yes, exactly. Let me just say, something happened to me last night. I'm here in my new studio, which I'm working on getting nice and fixing up like yours. And I get a present. The FedEx guy comes and brings something. And I had been contacted by your assistant, MJ, about sending me something. And I said, as long as it's not a stripper, you were going to send me a gift. And I said, as long as it's not a stripper. So what to my wondering eyes should appear than this? Let me explain the picture for people who can't see. The people watching on YouTube can see. It's a picture of Scott about to lift his shirt to show off his tummy to the crowd at South by Southwest. And my face is like, oh my fucking God, how did I end up here?
Sit down.
Sit down. And it's
what
lovely.
series of bad decisions
it's going
led
on
me
the
to
shelf
this?
behind me so people can enjoy it. And maybe, and then it came with a card, a lovely card that said, "Love your private dancer, Scott."
Huh? I love that photo. I saw that and I immediately said, "Oh, that cost real money because some fucking Betty photographer took it, so I had to pay some I don't know, Joey Bagadonis tech company $350 to get that image."
Yeah, and the frame is lovely.
I think that perfectly summarizes our relationship. I love that photo.
I'm keeping this forever. I'm going to be buried with this. Anyway, thank you.
Forever is not long at your age.
Oh, thank you for your lovely gift. It was so thoughtful.
You're very
picture
welcome.
of you.
I love that photo.
So speaking of things about you, you just announced your new book. I love the cover.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, you were the thing that tipped us over. I had all these pictures of me, and I'm like, it's like the book is called Notes on Being a Man. I'm like, I'm not comfortable presenting myself as the aspirational man because it's just not true.
Yeah.
But I like the more feminine writing, like notes and everything.
Yeah, it's got a feminine tone to it. It looks lovely. It's elegant. It's I like the ones with your pictures on. The one with you as a kid and as an adult. I like that, but that could be on the back, right, or inside or something like that.
Yeah, but this book isn't about me being the hero. It's mostly about my shortcomings, and it really is. It's a lot of data, and it's sort of like where I screwed up and what I learned about trying to lean into this more aspirational vision of masculinity. But I was much more comfortable not having my picture on the front because I've decided the publishers pretty much do nothing but argue over the title and the cover. That's their job. But they came up with this, so I got to give it to them. It was their idea, so I was real.
It's handsome. I think it's going to be a bestseller. Explain what's happening. It's coming out early. It's coming out in November. We're going to bring you
on.
Yeah,
I feel like I said to the publisher, we need to get this out sooner rather than later, and I got done early with it because I think the window of opportunity is closing. I think this notion of masculinity, what it means to be a man, and leaning in and trying to create or shape a positive image of masculinity, I'm like, the window's closing. But this is the moment. We need to get this out. This is perishable. Everyone from Josh Hawley to Tucker Carlson are writing books or talking about masculinity.
So man, the tariffs. We'll get to that in a minute.
There we go. I'm like, let's get this out. As a matter of fact, speaking of which, you didn't ask why I'm in a suit.
Why are you in a suit?
I'm going
you look
on.
Very nice, by the way.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
I like when you dress up. It looks handsome.
I appreciate that. Thank you. I'm going on The View to talk about my two topics are masculinity and tariffs. How do you dress to talk about masculinity? Do you look like a professor or do I wear a Tarzan outfit? Like, how do you dress for that? So I just put on a suit.
Well, how was it? Did you go already?
No. I'm literally rocketing out of here.
Okay, good. Let's get to it then. Anyway, you look great. Say hi to the ladies. I love them. Tell them hi. Say hi to Whoopi and everything. They're really great. So it's another busy news day. Scott, Jesus, nothing stops. It's nutty. So we're going to get right to it. Obviously, the big story is President Trump pressing pause on his quote-unquote reciprocal tariffs for 90 days. I just don't want to use that word. It's just nonsense. Bringing tariffs down to universal 10% for most countries. He's hiking tariffs on China even higher to 125% in response to China's latest retaliation move. raising tariffs on the U.S. to 84%. The market skyrocketed on this pause news, although the Dow surged nearly 8%, but it had been down rather significantly. It's not quite back where it was, but the S&P 500 added 9.5%. The NASDAQ was up 12%, its best day in 20 years, except that he had caused the decline, of course. He initially told American people to be cool about the tariff turmoil, later explained his reasoning for reversing course, which is, I'm sorry, just not true, but let's listen anyway.
Well, I thought that people were jumping a little bit out of line. They were getting yippy, they were getting a little bit yippy, a little bit afraid.
I'll tell you who was yippy. Donald Trump. That's what happened there.
100%.
100 friggin' percent. It's such a shift, and they're trying to spin it as a victory. They created it's like an arsonist explaining how they put out the fire. The White House is spinning as the art of the deal victory, but honestly, he made a mess, and now he's trying to recover it. But he was very spooked by after a major Treasury bond sell-off with 10-year yields reaching 4.5%, which is insane because it means we have to pay more for bonds, and then we have all this debt. And he acknowledged he was watching the bond market, saying people were getting a little queasy again. He was queasy. He told people not to become a panican, like a Republican, but a panicked Republican, a word he coined apparently, new party based on weak and stupid people. But honestly, he's a panican here. He panicked, and smartly so. It was a good reason to panic. He's also been accused of market manipulation by some Democrats, including Senator Adam Schiff, who's calling for an investigation. Hours before announcing the pause that sent markets surging, Trump posted on Truth Social, "This is a great time to buy." He put DJT at the end of his post, his initials, but also the stock ticker for Trump Media. Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick was asked about by CNBC's Melissa Lee about Trump's actions in so many words. Let's listen to this clown.
Earlier this morning before the pause, he put out a message saying it's a great time to buy, and here we are. Here we are, much higher.
I'd always bet on Donald Trump every time. I'd always bet on
He also wrote DJT, which is a ticker for his media company.
No. Every text
That was just
every text he sends to me, that's his name.
But that was a great time to buy the market, right? I mean, uncanny.
Donald Trump understands that America is the greatest country. All right, we are the greatest country, and we have the capacity for incredible greatness. But someone needs to take the shackles off.
I mean, he's such an idiot. I mean, I'm sorry, every time he speaks, I want to cringe. The White House has rejected any claims of wrongdoing, saying Trump just reassuring the markets and Americans about economic security, but it just feels like a grift. So first, let's talk about what's happened, and then we'll talk about what's next. So Scott, your take. Many takes.
A decent term for this president would be President Blink. He blinked on TikTok. He blinked on this. And a friend of mine, Justin, who's the chief investment officer of Millennium, which is one of the most successful funds in history, I had dinner with him Thursday night, and I asked him about this, and he said, "Oh yeah, no, he's going to blink." The adult in the room here is the 10-year, and the adult said, "Get your head out of your ass." And he was thinking that all of these nations would acquiesce to the biggest customer in the world, and of course they didn't. They all imposed reciprocal tariffs. So you think, oh, this is going to hurt Mexico? Sure, it'll hurt Mexico. They implement reciprocal tariffs, and which makes goods brought in, imported from America, more expensive. What Donald Trump decided to do, or tried to do, was declare war on everyone all at once, meaning our entire import economy goes up in price for Americans. The markets responded. I mean, quite frankly, that interview on CNBC just did not do her job. She's like, "Isn't this great? The markets are up." No, even after the rip-up yesterday, the markets gave up 7 months of incredible gains. In 3 days, Apple lost the value of Walmart. And unfortunately, the market doesn't appear to have knee pads and just want to blow this guy. We are in, at some point, people are going to realize, we are in the car with a guy who's got his hands on the wheel, who is blackout fucking drunk. And the only person in the car saying, "Hey, maybe you should pull over and let someone else drive," is the 10-year bond in the markets. And the markets
explain for people who understand what happens. If the bonds yields go up, that means we pay more for the money we borrow, and so does everybody else, mortgages, everyone else.
Credit cards, student loan debt payments, mortgages, the cost to borrow money and build another plant or hire more people. So you build fewer plants and hire fewer people. The cost of everything goes up. And when yields go up, people say, "Well, why wouldn't I just invest in the credit markets instead of the stock market?" So the stock market also goes down. So one of the many reasons for incredible prosperity is America as a whole has access to cheaper credit. We can borrow money less to make forward-leaning investments in any country in the world. And when it spikes, it's basically saying, people are saying, "You need to give us more because you become a riskier bet." And unfortunately, we talk a lot about toxic masculinity. The thing that's hurting America most right now is toxic uncertainty. And that is, while he pulled the knife out of the back halfway yesterday by saying there was a pause, because he blinked, let's be clear, the wound is going to take years to heal. Because what's happening right now is the entire world is reconfiguring the supply chain around America. They don't use our services, they don't use our manufacturing. And initially he thought, okay, I'm going to accomplish a few things. I'm going to bring jobs back to the US. I'm going to reshape global trade. I'm going to raise a bunch of revenues. None of that has happened. None of that has happened. None of that is going to happen. And by the way, he's blinked. And he said, "No, just kidding." In addition, just to go to the comment about the rip up here, and you sent me a text on this, I was literally had just threaded something. Yesterday, April 9th, will go down in history, is the day where more insider trading took place than any day in history. I've been trying to figure out how to play this market, and the only thing I can figure out is the volatility. Is quite frankly, I don't do this at home. I have the money to do this. Most people don't, and I do it at a small extent. And I imagine a worst case scenario because it is a risky strategy. But the way I've been playing it is I sell options because the VIX has gone way up. So the price people have to pay you to write them an option, a call or a put, goes up. So I've been writing calls. Now, yesterday I follow Apple. The call's at 200, right? We're trading at 40 cents because the stock was at like 170. The options in Apple went fucking crazy about 10 minutes before its announcement. So somebody knew. And if you were like me and you were writing a call, I didn't do this, but if you wrote a call, someone had to pay you 40 cents because it was you sold it cheaply because it was way out of money. 5 minutes later, that call was worth $4. Just that one strip of options, someone made and lost $1/3 of $1 billion. And how did all of these people know about this before? So is it fair to speculate? I'm not accusing, I'm speculating. Well, when you have a guy that sets up a Swiss banking account in the form of a meme coin where anyone can put money in, I mean, this administration has just shown such a lack of
They might have just been on a signal group. I mean, who knows?
Who knows?
Who knows?
But word got out.
Word got out for sure. This is the sloppiest, most porous White House going. And who knows who's nearby, who called people? Suddenly Bill Ackman turns from critic to what a great job deal. I'm sure he made money in this. I would love to see.
Or he just calls his biggest donors and goes, "Wink, wink, by the way." I just get the sense the market's going to go up today.
Yeah,
I just get the sense. I'm reconsidering tariffs, and it's not hard to
Yes.
realize the market's going to
And
rip
also,
up.
I will say, I interviewed Bill. I had a tariff panel yesterday, which probably actually it still holds up. But Bill was talking about these bonds. He said the Japanese and especially the Chinese can wreck our economy in 2 seconds. Not buy them, not do all kinds. They are our biggest creditors, and they can just put us down, just like by either not buying, flooding the markets with treasuries, making the yields go up. The fact that he didn't know this or didn't realize what a situation we're in because of the treasury bonds is just. And to say like it got the yips, he got the yips, and by the way, he should have gotten the fucking yips because if that happened, it would have been a disastrous economic meltdown, the likes of which we would never have recovered from for decades. Like that's the thing. He was this close to like taking us all over the edge, and the fact that he didn't does not deserve any credit. It does not deserve any good job, sir. Bullshit that like the Ackmans, who's such an oily factotum to Trump. But anyway, this is just temporary relief, though. We're now 90 days of uncertainty. What should companies be doing in the meantime? And these massive Chinese tariffs, the back and forth has been like into a game of chicken. I think Trump blinks again. Mr. Yip blinks before she, because they have treasuries. They've got a lot of again, you're doing favors for China over and over by this behavior. So what would you do with your company? And talk about the China thing. Because they were also touting we're now really focused on China, which by the way we should have been focused in on the first place and not this fucking nonsense, this other tariff. But it's only 90 days. So thoughts?
Well, I can tell you what companies, non-U.S. companies are doing. They're rerouting their business plans and their supply chain and excising American vendors, manufacturers out of their supply chain.
No more discounts, by the way, from China to Americans. Just so you know.
That will take years to repair. To give you a sense, the two stories that illuminate just what a clown car our economic policymakers are right now is that one, it appears these strange tariffs that he initially thought he would impose on every country in the world, he declared were on everyone but once. So it goes back to the Winston Churchill quote, and he's credited with this, but supposedly it was Victor Hugo that said it first. There's only one thing worse than fighting with allies, and that is fighting without them. He's decided to fight the world without his allies. Is that all those ridiculous numbers around tariffs we couldn't figure it out, it ends up that somebody fed it into ChatGPT, and the exact numbers fed back. So they're using ChatGPT to figure out economic policy. And then my favorite is the guy who's been the whisperer, the tariff whisperer, is Peter Navarro, a senior policy and economic advisor.
Yeah.
And it ends up that the book that Jared Kushner found, Death by China, by Peter Navarro, that supposedly is the Bible for this tariff strategy, cites this economist and all his policies. And it ends up the economist is fake. This person doesn't
It's an
exist.
anagram of his name.
So this is what we have. We have ChatGPT and a fake economist in a book that didn't sell dictating the the economic policies of the largest economy in America.
So who is going to win in this China? So if you're an American company, what should you do? Because it's 90 days of uncertainty. He hasn't removed the uncertainty.
My view is the following.
Which you should have removed.
My view is the following, is that if someone is screaming nonsense at you and threatening you all the time, it is impossible to predict what is going to happen tomorrow with this guy. So quite frankly, what do? I think you keep calm and carry on. And that is, you don't change your plans. You maybe, quite frankly, diversify a little bit from, this is so hard to predict. And my feeling is, when you don't know who you're waking up next to the next morning, you just carry on with your life.
Yeah. No gold in the yard, in a hole or anything like that?
Oh, no, well, from an investor standpoint, we talked about this last week. I won't give a financial advice. I'll just say what I've been doing for the last 5 months. Not because I have insight into Donald Trump's mind, but the trade that has paid off for the last 15 years is just put more money into U.S. growth stocks. Everything is cyclical. I think that run is coming to an end. When Apple trades at a PE of 36 and it's not growing, and you can buy good companies for 12, a PE of 12, I'm diversifying into non-U.S. markets. So that's what I would do as an investor. I would say, okay, if you're in the S&P and you think you're diversified, you're not. You need to diversify geographically.
And if you're a company head, what do you do? A U.S. company?
Jesus Christ. Well, okay, so
we're going to get to Apple specifically in a second.
This goes to moral. I have been so disappointed that all of these Fortune 500 CEOs who wake up in the morning and look at themselves in the mirror and say, hello, Mr. President. I bet 200 to 300 CEOs of Fortune 500 companies think in the back of their mind they could be president.
Jamie Dimon's so thirsty for presidency, but go ahead.
Well, I think most of them think there's an outside shot.
Thirsty, but go ahead.
Look, you tell a 58-year-old man who's very talented and has been successful his whole life, which you have to be to become CEO of a Fortune 500 company, that you should be president, he's inclined to believe you.
Right, I get it.
Anyway, so if you want to be president, the key quality is leadership, and that is doing the right thing, even when it hurts. None of them are doing the right thing, which is calling this shit out for fear that it's going to take their stock price down. This guy out of the Autocrat Handbook is basically saying, if you go against me, I'm going to target your company specifically, which is straight out of the Autocratic Handbook. And what the CEOs who are just focused on short-term shareholder value are doing are like saying, oh, you're a great guy. You want to see who's going to get exemptions from the tariffs with companies? Just look at his lunch calendar.
Yeah, we'll get to that. We're going to get to that in a minute. Yeah, that's who's going to get who kisses up. I think G is going to run right over him. And also the next thing, I think they have gotten the upper hand again. They didn't have it, now they do.
China?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, the definition of stupidest things that hurt other people are hurting yourself. There aren't a lot of winners here. If there is a medium and long-term winner, simply put, it's China. Everyone acts, they say we can wreck China's economy. To be fair, China's economy is vulnerable right now. It will definitely hurt them. And by the way, the percentage of trade of exports coming into America as a percentage of their total has gone down 7 percentage points since the first Trump administration. And our exports into them have gone down 4. So we're both less reliant on each other because we're not getting along. But be clear, they've diversified away from us more. In addition, there's a couple things that put them in a power position. And we don't like to admit this. Americans are wimps when it comes to enduring pain. The Chinese, and especially the Russians, are a little bit more resilient. They're willing to take pain. If all of a sudden, if 77% of toys on the Christmas tree from China, if these tariffs go through, which they won't, he will blink yet again, but if they were to go through, 90% of Americans on a fixed budget. If the price of toys doubles, that means instead of 10 gifts under the Christmas tree, you're going to have 6. That means your iPhone's going to go from $1,000
specifically in a second.
Okay, I'm sorry, I keep jumping ahead. Yeah. But the bottom line is, Americans, quite frankly, just aren't willing to endure. Women are born with an instinct to endure more pain because they have to go through childbirth. We're the man in this relationship. America, quite frankly, has a lower tolerance for pain than China. And in addition, they aren't nearly as dependent. I believe we're just more dependent upon them than they are on us.
Especially around the treasuries. They could wreck us. I don't think anyone realizes how China could wreck us if it felt like. Also, by the way, it's in our infrastructure from a cyber point of view. I just did a lot. They are everywhere in this country. And if you think, and I believe them to be an adversary, but handling them this way is just, he is so stupid. They now know what his pain point is.
He blinked on TikTok. He blinked on this. But by the way, these tariffs are not going to go through. There's no fucking way Americans are going to pay $2,300 for the
They are indeed our adversary, FYI. So that's why it's so ridiculous. All right, let's go on a quick break. When we come back, how Trump's latest tariff moves are helping Apple. Scott, we're back. Trump's tariff pause brought some much needed good news for Apple on Wednesday after its worst 4-day trading stretch since 2000, if you can believe that. It was like a million years ago. Apple stock soared 15%, its best day since January 1998. But the ongoing and increasing China tariffs are still a major problem for the company, as Apple makes about 90% of its phones there. Apple's reportedly now planning to source more phones from India to offset some of these costs. A couple things. Apple, if you're Tim Cook, you've got to. This is the biggest test of your mettle, I think, ever in your tenure. You've done a very good job, but this is really tough. Apple is exempt from broad tariffs in Trump's first term, but that's not happening now, despite Tim Cook's $1 million donation to Trump's inauguration. It also announced a commitment to invest over $500 billion in the U.S. over the next 4 years back in February. It had done that in the previous administration, and it was stuff they were going to do anyway, so that was kind of a nothing burger. So one thing Trump could do is throw Apple a lifeline with an exemption, another exemption. One thing they're saying, which is nonsense, is that the White House says the solution is to move iPhone manufacturing to the United States. Press Secretary Carolyn Levitt, who is 27, everybody, let me be clear, she does not know what she's talking about, said in her briefing this week that Trump believes we have the labor, the workforce, the resources. Carolyn, you're an idiot. Even if that were to happen, it would cost $30 billion in 3 years for Apple to move just 10% of their supply chain to the U.S., according to one analyst, and the price for the iPhone would soar from $1,000 to $3,500, which is a non-starter. So there's no plans to move iPhones to the U.S. at all. The short-term benefit for Apple is that people have been flooding into their store to buy iPhones. Everyone's like, get one now. There's a tariff panic happening and how much these are going to cost. They're really squeezed. So what's their best thing? An exemption? What should Tim Cook do? Because sucking up didn't work. I guess more sucking up might work. But go ahead.
I'm fairly confident there will be no tariff on Apple products. One, I think he's going to blink around these tariffs to begin with China when the market tells him what you've just outlined, that we're not as strong as we think relative to China too. Tim Cook is the business person that Donald Trump thinks he is. And that is, Tim will be smart, he'll go there, he'll kiss his ass. And also, if you want to talk about the cult of iOS, first off, the insane notion that we want to bring these jobs back, Dave Chappelle summarized it perfectly. We want to wear Nikes, we don't want to make them. The average wage of an assembly line worker entry level in China in an Apple factory is $500 a month. We want to bring those jobs back to America. You think you want to enrage a cult? Take iPhones at $3,500, and then you're going to see the largest, the most valuable company in history, an American company, lose the value of the German GDP over the course of a year. You're going to push back people's retirements. Apple's going to have to withdraw all sorts of growth plans, and you want to piss off every millennial and Gen X in the world. Take their iPhones at $3,500. Apple is not going to have any tariffs here. Having said that, what is Apple doing? And they've been doing it for a while. They're trying to diversify the supply chain out of China for a number of reasons. And by the way, you're talking about analyst Dan Ives. Just to get 10% out of China, it takes 3 years and costs $40 billion.
By that time, Trump will be gone, presumably.
So this notion that I am fairly confident folks, you're going to be able to have your iPhone at the same price as now because one, I think these China tariffs will not last because this is how she thinks of Trump right now. The same way Logan Roy feels about his children in Succession. You are not serious people. No. She looks at Trump and he's like, you are not serious people. We are not backing down. We didn't back down on TikTok. All these extensions are serious now. We're gonna ban you unless you sell to Larry Ellison and Elon Musk. They're like, okay, hold my fucking beer. That's what they're saying now. Okay, you want to tariff us this? We'll respond with the same tariffs. It'll hurt us both. They will back down. He will blink yet again on China. And even if there are tariffs on China, he will come up with a reason not to inflame a cult that is even stronger than the MAGA cult, and that's the iOS cult. And Tim Cook will go back, go down to Mar-a-Lago, tell him he's a genius, show him a new iPhone with his picture on it, with golden crusted leafed picture silhouette of Donald Trump, and he will find an exemption for Apple. The idea that the iPhones are going to go to $2,200, much less $3,500, or that we're going to bring back those millions of jobs of people screwing in little.
They're just, like every time they open their mouth, I'm like, what are you talking about? Like where are you going to put these factories, and who's going to? Oh God, we will automate them before. And by the way, then they always drag out advanced. We're going to do advanced manufacturing. It's already being done here, Carolyn Levitt, you dumbass. We have Gorilla Glass. They're already doing the high level stuff here and creating jobs. And they think you're so stupid. I got so many calls from tech people like, how stupid are they? And I was like, seems like extremely so, because they don't understand that. Why would you build a factory here with this lunatic in charge? You never know what he's going to do. If he's going to arrest you, he's going to do, or make your life hell. I don't know if any of this stuff is going to last, but it's so chaotic. It's like a monkey flinging feces at all of us. So we're just going to duck until he goes away.
Apple is the most valuable company in the world, or was. It briefly went to number 2. I think it's back to number 1. They have hundreds of thousands of people working in their supply chain and factories in Foxconn and in China. Those people make between $500, between kind of $20,000 and $40,000 a year. We've outsourced those jobs to China. Probably the most robust supply chain ever on a consumer level in history, maybe with the exception of the supply chain of the Manhattan Project that was kind of invented overnight and coordinated to create the bomb and save the world. Anyways, we held on. Apple has hundreds of thousands of employees across the West, and here's what they're in: design, product management, strategy.
Higher end stuff that we're good
at. They average about $210,000 a year.
Smarter information technology.
So we have
services.
outsourced $500 a month, $20,000 a year jobs, such that we would have more money to invest and grow our top line revenue, such that we could pay more Americans $200,000 a year. Nike doesn't want people making $2 an hour putting together Air Jordans. They want people who understand branding and sports sponsorships and great retail that again make about $150,000 to $180,000 a year. And if you want to bring back those jobs and pay people minimum wage at some plant in Lansing, Michigan,
they'd rather work at McDonald's.
Everyone
honestly.
else, all those other jobs are
going to
McDonald's.
They would do better at McDonald's. They would do better at Amazon. It's just, oh God, they're so dumb. Speaking of dumb, let's go on a quick break. When we come back, we'll talk about Elon Musk's escalating feud with Peter Navarro, in this case, Team Elon. Scott, we're back with more headlines. The feud between Elon Musk and Trump trade advisor Peter Navarro is heating up, and Scott and I are on Team Elon this time. Musk called Navarro, quote, dumber than a sack of bricks in an ex post that was in response to Navarro saying on CNBC that Elon was a car assembler, not a car manufacturer, because Tesla relies on parts around the world. Again, Press Secretary Carolyn Levitt, who I like to call Tracy Flick, had this to say about it when asked about the feud.
Look, these are obviously two individuals. Who have very different views on trade and on tariffs. Boys will be boys, and we will let their public sparring continue. And you guys should all be very grateful that we have the most transparent administration in history.
Oh my God, boys will be boys. Oh, like, give me a break. Boys don't talk like this. Listen, I agree with Elon. I wouldn't have used some of the words he used. I like Dumber Than a Brick and more on the other ones I'm not so thrilled with. But look, you can hate on Elon Musk as much as you want. He's made an astonishing company here in the United States and really does know about this stuff, right? And have this like faux economist tell him how things work is just an astonishing thing. And in this case, but of course, it's all in Elon's self-interest to get, because he needs to eat at the trough on the other stuff. But this is just it's just like, I'm so glad Elon called him Dumber Than a Stack of Bricks or whatever you call him. I don't know. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, it's weird to agree with Elon, but like I still think the fall guy for Signalgate is going to be Waltz. I think the fall guy here, when this just becomes stupider and stupider and stupider as the president continues to wake up next to an adult called a 10-year and blinks over and over and over. The fall guy will be Navarro, who, by the way, folks, spent 4 months in prison and has been quote unquote the architect or the whisperer here around the tariffs. And I got to be honest, if it's a war between Navarro and Musk, I'm rooting for the bullets. I'm enjoying this. They both, when you insult people like this in public, you make them look bad, and you also look bad. But look, he's right. And by the way, again, I hate agreeing with, but when Navarro calls Tesla an assembler, Tesla is the most American-made company in America.
Absolutely.
The greatest percentage of parts actually manufactured and assembled in the U.S. The winner of the top 4 or 5
the ideas behind it. Look, it hasn't been keeping up innovation, but what an accomplishment.
No, but there's a ranking done of who makes the most American car based on how many parts are actually that go into the car actually are made in America. And the top 4 or 5 most American-made cars are all Tesla models. So the notion somehow Tesla is the least assembled car from foreign products of any automobile manufacturer. The Fords are less American than Tesla. So Peter Navarro, I mean, my God, sit down. This guy, this is the last person you would want advising the president on economic policies. And Trump is going to get angry pretty fast when he has to blink over and over and over.
This guy's, I mean, it's interesting that he's in the sway of him. Trump, as you and I know, has been talking about this terrible thing since the 80s. It's really, as we talked about last week. So this guy was playing into already interests that Trump has, right? But the fact that he's listening to him like this, I don't think he's going to suffer. I don't think he's going to get rid of him. I don't think he is. I think he keeps him around. They can fuck up as much as they want, which to me, this is the guy who has a reputation for firing people, but he actually doesn't, right? He sort of does. But
it's still pretty early. I mean, we're only 10 weeks in.
That's true. And Navarro's been sidelined. And then he was trying very desperately to pretend this was the plan.
It might not be a press release or announcement on the West Lawn. It'll be a Vivek. Vivek Ramaswamy was fired. He just did it quietly and pretended that he wanted to run for governor 2 years before the actual race. I think he's going to, it's like, by the way, I think Elon's going to leave. What do they say about old soldiers? They never die, they just fade away. That's what's going to happen here.
I mean, I feel like probably somewhere in Elon's addled brain is like, what in the actual fuck, right? Like he may be heinous, but he's not stupid, right? He can't, like, can you imagine sitting there and then, oh God, pretending that this is, one particular one was David Sachs was like pretending this is a victory. It's not a victory.
I read that tweet. I couldn't even understand.
I didn't even understand.
He was right about everything again.
What
was he
right
about?
I wrecked it, and then he fixed it. Isn't he brilliant?
Right
like, what? Like, honestly, like even Elon couldn't like tolerate that. Anyway, Navarro, goodbye, good night, go to sleep. You're done, go home, or go back to prison, wherever you want to go. Anyway, a couple of quick things. SCOTUS is cutting red tape for President Trump. The past week, the court has said the administration does not have to comply with an order directing him to rehire thousands of federal employees. Lifted an order stopping the use of Alien Enemies Act for deportations. Allowed the plan to freeze funding for teachers, and Chief Justice Roberts allowed the Justice Department more time to litigate whether administration must return a man who was deported by error. A lot of these rulings are temporary. They haven't made the ruling, but they've left things in place, which is just the same as making the ruling to many people. They're not doing anything. They must be like they're inundated. The Trump administration, just the way they're inundating law firms or media with all kinds of nonsense, is inundating the Supreme Court with all kinds of requests, and all of which take time. So they're working. These old people are working overtime in this case. I think they will put everything into stasis, which is exactly what Trump wants, meaning he can run roughshod. It doesn't stop anything. So thoughts?
I think the darkest moments in Western progressive society have been something around camps. Obviously, Germany and concentration camps. I think one of the darkest moments in American history that we try to airbrush over is the fact that we took law-abiding Japanese families, some of whom had boys serving in the European theater, and put them in internment camps. I think that some of the black sides to avoid Geneva Conventions laws that we spun up to basically torture combatants during the war on terrorism. I think that over time we will realize just how ugly that was. And I've said for a while that I thought, similar to Germany, we were one economic shock away from doing something similar in the U.S., but it always takes on a different complexion. But when you start rounding people up, and many of them don't have a criminal record, and some of them just have the wrong tattoo, and you essentially send them, I'm not going to call them concentration camps because I think they're different levels of depravity, and that concentration camps took the crown for a level of depravity we haven't seen since then, unfortunately. But when you send people to overcrowded prisons with no due process in another country, and then you refuse to acknowledge your mistake and bring them back, which you can do with one call, that is a form. That is going to be something we're going to look back on and think, we really should have spoke up. We really should have spoken up. And also, I just want to do a shout out. Tim Miller from The Bulwark has been really good on this. He's been highlighting this, and he's been a steadfast voice on this. Folks, just be clear. This stuff always takes on a different complexion, and when you allow this to happen without due process, just be careful when you get that knock on the door. So this is one of the reasons. Let me take it economics, because it seems to be the only fucking thing Americans care about is when their 401k goes up or down. One of the reasons our stocks trade at a higher multiple, one of the reasons we attract the most human capital and the most financial capital in the world is due process and rule of law. And it's tempting to bypass it. If we did away with search and seizure laws, crime would go down. It comes at a cost, right? But it's worth it. And over time, it creates the greatest economy, the greatest society. Think of America as a product. We offer more prosperity and more rights at the lowest cost in terms of taxes in history. This is the best product ever. And a key component of that value is there is expensive, sometimes awkward, sometimes inefficient due process. So be clear when you turn a blind eye to some gay hairdresser who has done nothing wrong, who ends up in a hellscape prison in El Salvador, and no one is willing to make a call and get him out and acknowledge the mistake. At some point, that knock on the door might come for you.
Correct. I mean, it's interesting, even in small ways. I have several friends who are on green cards here. Two of them in the last week have had real problems at coming back into the country. Like, they wanted to look at one of my friend's messages, and she refused. She said, no, you can't look at my phone, get a subpoena. And they're like, well, it would be easier on you if you let us see it. And she's like, do I have to? And they said no. And she was like, shall not then. I mean, and this other lovely guy, he's from Switzerland, slowed down at the border, hour and a half, 2 hours, just like pressuring them to say things. It's just, even at the smallest level, it's everywhere. And they will come for you. They're 100% come for you. Let's finish up on one more thing. I want to talk about Chris Krebs, who is head of CISA, who was fired by Trump for saying the 2020 election was legal, and Trump fired him, or everything was fine, and he is now going after via executive order Chris, and removing security clearances from the company he works for, meaning Chris he's going to hurt the company itself in order to get rid of Chris, and also Miles Taylor, who was the one who was the deep throat essentially the first administration, and they're going after them personally, trying to ruin and wreck their lives. And I don't know what you think about this. I have great regard for Chris and Miles, and what they're doing here is specifically targeting specific people via executive order, because both of them told the truth. I don't know if you have any thoughts on that, but I will do anything to help Chris, whether it's raising a legal defense fund, anything else. But the fact that he's specifically targeting people now, is American citizens who just did their job and told the truth, is chilling as far as I couldn't be more outraged by this. I'm outraged by all of them, but this is an astonishing attack on people who just were doing their job.
Yeah, like this is, again, along the lines of depravity in an autocrat's handbook, where he's trying to create an incentive program where if you say nice things about me, I might call you and say, oh, by the way, I get the sense the markets are going to go up tomorrow and you get rich. Or if you come to have lunch with me in Mar-a-Lago, I'll exempt your company from these tariffs. And if you do your job and say, I see no election interference, I might come after you with the full weight of the Department of Justice. I'd like to think that our justice system will vomit on this. And the only observation I would have here, other than what you said, which is exactly right, and I think it's important that we keep raising these issues, is the timing of this was not accidental. Mm-hmm. He did it yesterday because he wants a misdirect from people to look away from the fact that he blinked and that he is literally fucking with the global economy like a drunk driver right now. So what do you know? Hey, folks, I mean, this is
Let's
how
pull
weird
this one
it is.
out of my pocket. I've had this one.
I want to outrage the libtards in the media and get them to look over here at what is a blatant violation of the law and the autocrat, such that they stop staring at the fact that I am unilaterally taking the global economy down for no fucking good reason.
Yeah,
I agree with you. I think it's terrible. I appreciate you bringing it up, but quite frankly, I think it is a purposeful misdirect from the fact that he's taking the global economy
Except
down.
I think it's more systematic. That this is removing clearances from this company is going to force them to. He's going to have to quit because he's hurting this company, right? The second thing is he's reversing clearances, revoking clearances to law firms that don't cooperate. They can't do business, which is why they're being so acquiescent. Is they're losing clients, they're losing everything. If you have federal business and you can't do federal business because you don't have security clearances or the government won't work with you, you're fucked. Like it is part of a bigger picture of fucking with people's economics, right? This is the goal here with Chris and Miles, is to fuck with their economics and to fuck with the economics people they work and affiliate with. Finding a lawyer is going to be hard because they fuck with the lawyers. The media is nervous,
then illegally reward your allies.
This is part of the same thing of even if it's a distraction, it's also trying to kneecap everybody so they can't come after you in some fashion, whether it's the media, the lawyers. Obviously, the Justice Department has lost every bit of ethical boundaries is over because of that another oily factotum, Pam Bondi. It's just, I think it is a distraction, and yet it's also part of the same plan. When he does stupid stuff like this with the economy, not just stupid but dangerous and devastating, he can then threaten people at the same time. It's a similar thing. So.
Agreed.
Anyway, all right, Scott, one more quick break. We'll be back for predictions. Okay, Scott, let's hear a prediction. What's your prediction?
Well, I have three, but they're all related.
Okay.
One, blink. This guy will blink again. The tariffs, 90-day pause, more uncertainty, more reduction in the multiple awarded by global investors on every company in the U.S. because we are now, brand America is toxic uncertainty. So this 90-day pause is ridiculous. He will, and then I think we're at 125% tariff on China. He will blink again. the tariffs will come dramatically down because, quite frankly, Xi looks at Trump and says, "You are not serious people." Folks, this isn't going to happen. The tariffs are going to come way down. Trump will blink again. Even more confident, there will be no tariffs, incremental tariffs on Apple products. Tim Cook will play Trump like a fiddle. Trump will be scared to piss off the cult of iOS, which is huge in the United States, and he will not want to kneecap our shiniest, brightest, most handsome thoroughbred, and that is Apple. That's not going to happen. In addition, we're going to find out in somewhere between 3 years and 9 months or sooner that the greatest criminal insider trading took place yesterday. There's just no way this administration, who is, one, telling the DOJ to drop all cases against a mayor accused of conspiring with a foreign agent because he supports the administration. 2, that creates a Swiss banking account that you can put money into with no record. 3, tells all, after getting $250 million in the crypto community, tells everyone investigating platforms in the crypto community for good reason to stop all investigations. To believe that this administration did not leak insider information or engage in massive market manipulation yesterday, we're going to find out that April 9th was literally the biggest grift day in history.
Do anything about it? Will the SEC do something? He was pretty silent, this new acting SEC head.
Nothing will happen until January of 2029 if a Democrat is elected. Only if. But in this economy, in this digital age, there'll be digital records everywhere. They can just go through, they can use AI to go through who was buying and selling all of these options 10 minutes before. There's phone records and digital servers everywhere, and they're just, I think, going to find dozens, if not hundreds of people who have a connection to the White House, who were given a wink and a nod and made millions of dollars engaging in market manipulation or trading on non-public material information. This will go down as the biggest grift day in history, Wednesday, April 9th.
All right. That's a good one. Those are good ones, and they're all related, and they're all really depressing in so many ways. Do you have anything happy? Anything?
I don't know. I'm excited.
The new Mission Impossible is coming. You want to go with me?
You keep talking about taking me to a movie. I don't really go to many movies anymore.
No,
you love Mission Impossible.
Now that you sent me an intimate picture of us, I think it's time. I think it's time.
I'm your private dancer.
I love that song.
A dancer for
I'm
money.
Your private dancer.
Oh my God.
A dancer for money. I love that album. That whole album. Go listen to that album. I listened to. When I was in my early 20s. I love that fucking album. Did you like it?
Yeah.
Remember she made her way back? Oh, such a good
I think whenever I think of that, I think of Marissa Tomei from the movie The Wrestler. I think I could have ended up with Marissa Tomei.
She's a beauty. I love her.
Oh, she's beautiful. She's so hot. She's
so good.
And she's age appropriate for me.
Okay.
Anyway, so
you're married. Okay. All right.
Anyway.
Her.
Oh, wait, you want to go back to my college tour? Someone asked me to personify Duke.
Okay.
Okay. By the way, did I tell you in the middle, you're on these tours?
Yeah.
And in the middle of the U Chicago and Duke tours, I did the same thing with my son. Totally inappropriate. Now he mentions the person giving the tour said, "We want to know the real you, Dimpy Word." And someone asked, "What's the admissions rate?" Okay, 4% at Duke and the University of Chicago, which means that everyone is there with their 2 overprotective parents. So if there's 25 people or 75 people on the tour, which is the average size of the tour, one of those kids is getting in. So I said to my son, as soon as they said 4%, I said, let's leave the tour. And he said, why? And I said, let's break up with this bitch before she breaks up with us. And he looked at me, and he knew exactly what I meant. And we pieced out, and we went and checked out the stadiums, and went and got food.
God.
But I'm like, it is so insane. Anyways, back to Duke.
Yeah.
They're down to
Go
4%.
ahead, quick, yeah.
Duke is the new Harvard. Duke will produce more presidents in the next 50 years than Harvard, because presidents are one of two things. They're either really fucking impressive or ridiculously rich. Obama, Clinton, the former, Trump, and W, although I think W is actually a decent man, they're really rich. And Duke has more really freakishly impressive and really rich people than any university right now.
Duke, then.
Duke is the new Harvard.
Okay. All right. But you're pieced out because you broke up with that bitch. Okay.
4%? Why do we want to put,
I know.
why would you want to do, that's like
the Hunger
me,
Games. It's
that's like
all
me at a
right.
bar with hot people. It's
Yeah.
just not going to happen.
Yes.
It's just
okay.
not going to happen.
All
I mean,
right,
have
okay.
at it. If there was common app in a bar, I'd be all over it. But, not going to happen.
All right. I'm
My
not going to go
son
into
loved
it
that. That
'cause
was
we
so
gotta go,
bonding.
but I taught at Duke for a semester. Anyway, it's
Of
lovely.
course you did.
It's a
Journalism?
Yes.
Beautiful campus. Oh, my God.
Anyway, thank you, Scott. It was very thoughtful. It gave me a good laugh last night.
I'm glad.
Anyway, it was very touching. If you've got, Walt never sent me a picture of him nearly naked. If you've got a question of your own that you'd like answered, send it our way. Go to nymag.com/pivot to submit a question for the show, or call 855-51-PIVOT. Elsewhere in the Karen
Freedom. You got any advice for me? Monster Hunter Freedom Unite? That's a great game, full of content. Some people think it's a little dated, but personally, I think, oh no, not Unite, Freedom. I'm really sorry for your loss. First thing I'm gonna do, buy Charge Blade. Monster Hunter 4. Switch X? Try. Longsword? Dose. What the fuck? It's been 2 seconds, and I'm out of money. And delivery! Easy! Is that Rathalos? Is there an armor set that fixes the camera? No, you can't upgrade armor in this game. 8 defense it is! Hammers can't KO in this game. It's okay. I didn't want to have fun anyways. Oh, cool. No inventory space. So I just got hit by a monster's attack 500 miles away, but that's okay. It was my fault. I shouldn't have been in the area. Who thought the first jungle map was a good idea? Why do Bullfango exist? I've done some thinking, and I'm gonna be a Lance main. They got rid of head blocking. I'm not gonna be a Lance main. Oh boy, time to play some Monster Hunter Freedom multiplayer, right guys? When do I get my Palico? I wanna have fun in this game, but the Vest Boys, they've got other ideas. No inventory space. My favorite monster move? I wanna go with the Tail Whip, but the no startup frame 1 charge is pretty good too. Great swords can't charge? That's the whole weapon! Wait, you can buy spider webs from the store? This is the best Monster Hunter. They really gave Plesioth a parallelogram for hitbox and said, yeah, that looks good. I've been playing this game for a while, I only have 3 pages of storage. I'm getting more, right? Get pray, more like I pray that I'm not gonna get jumped. I could beat Garuga legitimately, or I could use the spider web glitch. Out of inventory space. The game's been hyping it up, but I'm finally able to pull the sword out of the stone. This has gotta be the best weapon in the game. It's not. Well, maybe when I upgrade it, it gets better. No, just a noble start. My character looks like ass, but I got sharpness +1, so it's worth. Oh yeah, no, okay, that's fair. You know, I dodged double Fango and I got hit by another one. Should have seen the other one coming out of the walls. So Rathalos just fell asleep in the volcano, and I don't have anything to throw at him. I wonder what the next quest will be. How about more egg delivery powder stone? I've been really struggling with this Four Horns Gathering Hall quest, but that's okay because I know I got some friends to help me out, right, guys? Please subscribe for more mix.
you so annoying. I'm trying to do something on the phone.